This is what happened when I caught my daughter lying about my health. I, 57, retired paramedic, have been dealing with something I never thought I'd face with my daughter Sarah, 34, and her husband Mark, 36. My son David, 31, lives 2 states away and only knows half of what I'm about to tell you. 3 years ago, my wife died. Cancer, fast and brutal. Sarah and David both offered their spare rooms, but I refused. This house meant something. Lynn and I spent 20 years fixing it up, room by room, weekend by weekend. The kitchen cabinets, the back deck, the garden beds. Her hands touched all of it. I wasn't leaving. I kept busy. Cooked my own meals, maintained the yard, helped with my 2 grandchildren every weekend. Emma, 6, and Connor, 4. They'd show up Friday night with their overnight bags and we'd build forts, make pancakes, watch cartoons. Sarah seemed grateful back then. She'd hug me at pickup and say, "Dad, you're a lifesaver." But about 8 months ago, things shifted. Mark started making comments, little digs about how much free childcare cost them in gas, how they couldn't take weekend trips because the kids were always here. Sarah would shush him, but I saw her face. She wasn't disagreeing. Then came the request. They needed to move in, temporarily. 6 months max while they saved for a down payment on something bigger. Sarah's career was taking off, some corporate management position, and they'd sold their townhouse expecting a quick purchase. The market didn't cooperate. I said yes because they're family, and because I trusted her. They moved in mid-February. By March, I noticed things disappearing. Photo albums relocated to the basement. Lynn's sewing room converted to Mark's home office without asking. Small things, but they added up. The real moment came on a Tuesday afternoon in late April. I'd gone out to the garage to grab my toolbox and came back inside through the mudroom. I heard Sarah on her cell in the kitchen, laughing. "When we get guardianship, we'll flip the place. No more granddad in the way. Mark already talked to a realtor. The lot alone is worth..." I walked in. She spun around, phone still pressed to her ear, and her face went white. "Dad, how long have you been..." "Long enough." She ended the call fast, told me I misunderstood, that I only caught the tail end of a conversation about a friend's situation. Her eyes wouldn't meet mine. I asked her point blank what guardianship meant, and she stammered something about planning for the future, about making sure I was taken care of if anything happened. I'm 57. I run 3 miles every other morning. My blood pressure's perfect. I take no medications except a multivitamin. I told her we'd talk later, but she avoided me for days. Mark started being overly friendly, asking if I needed help with things I'd been doing independently for decades. It felt like auditions for caretaker. The breaking point was the family dinner. Sarah's younger cousin was getting engaged, and the whole extended family met at an Italian place downtown. Aunts, uncles, my brother, Sarah's in-laws. Maybe 30 people total. I sat at the far end of the table with Emma on my lap, cutting her spaghetti into tiny pieces while Connor colored on a placemat beside me. Midway through dinner, Sarah stood up with her wine glass. I thought she was toasting the cousin. Instead, she looked down the table at me with this practiced, concerned expression. "I just want to thank everyone for being so supportive during this difficult time. As some of you know, Dad's been having some confusion episodes lately. Little things, forgetting conversations, misplacing items, getting dates mixed up. Mark and I moved in to keep him safe and make sure he's not alone. We're so grateful to have family who understands." The table went quiet. My brother stared at me like I'd been diagnosed terminal. My sister-in-law reached over and patted my hand with this pitying look. Sarah's mother-in-law nodded sympathetically. I felt every eye on me. waiting for me to confirm it, waiting for me to be the confused old man she'd just described. Mark stood up beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. "We've got him. He's in good hands." He smiled at the table like he'd just solved a problem. Emma looked up at me, spaghetti sauce on her chin. "Grandpa, are you sick?" I wasn't. But in that moment I realized my daughter had just announced to everyone who mattered that I was losing my mind, and I had no way to refute it without looking defensive, or, worse, proving her right. I didn't make a scene at the restaurant. I smiled, kissed Emma's head, and told her Grandpa was fine. But when we got home that night, I locked my bedroom door and didn't sleep. The next morning I started paying attention differently. I noticed Sarah had been telling the neighbors I was struggling. Mrs. Patterson next door mentioned she'd heard I was having senior moments and offered to check on me during the day. The mail carrier asked if I needed help remembering to bring in packages. Even David called. Sarah had texted him that she was worried about Dad's memory. I'm a retired paramedic. I spent 30 years reading people in crisis, spotting inconsistencies, documenting evidence for police reports and insurance claims. I knew exactly what she was building. A narrative. So I built my own. I played confused, not obviously, just enough. I'd ask Sarah what day it was when I knew perfectly well. I'd forget I'd already eaten breakfast and make toast at 10 a.m. while she watched. I left cabinet doors open, misplaced my reading glasses in obvious spots, asked Mark to remind me about appointments I had written in my planner. They ate it up. Sarah started making doctor's appointments for me, talking to the receptionist like I wasn't standing right there. While I played the part, I installed cameras. Small ones, the kind that look like smoke detectors or phone chargers. I covered the main living areas and the hallways. I started screenshotting every text message. I kept a journal with dates, times, exact quotes. The recordings were damning. Mark on speakerphone with a contractor getting a quote for fixing up the property before listing. Sarah in the kitchen telling her friend that once they had control of the house, they'd finally be able to upgrade to that neighborhood we want. Another clip of Mark joking that I'd probably be easier to deal with in a facility. I also watched how they treated the kids. Emma asked her mom one night why they weren't going back to their old house, and Sarah snapped at her, said things were complicated and to stop asking. Connor cried himself to sleep one night because Mark yelled at him for spilling juice on the carpet. The same carpet I'd been planning to replace anyway. 3 weeks into my performance, I met with a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, an estate and elder law attorney my brother recommended. Her name was Patricia, and she didn't sugarcoat things. "Your daughter's setting up for a conservatorship or guardianship petition," she said, reviewing my notes. "The public statements, the medical appointments she's scheduling without your consent, the moving in under financial pretense. It's textbook. If she files and you don't have documentation proving competency, a judge might grant temporary orders before you can fight it. I also scheduled a full geriatric psychiatric evaluation with a neuropsychologist, not through Sarah's referrals, through my own research. I took cognitive tests, memory assessments, executive function screenings. The report came back crystal clear. No dementia, no cognitive decline, no impairment whatsoever. The doctor noted I scored in the 95th percentile for my age group. Patricia helped me set up a revocable living trust with specific terms. The house went into it. I remained the sole trustee with full control. Upon my death, the property wouldn't go to Sarah or David. It would transfer to a nonprofit I was establishing with a local family counseling center. The organization would convert the house into a community childcare and after-school space. I'd live there as long as I wanted, rent-free, with a small stipend for maintenance. The deed couldn't be sold or transferred outside the trust terms. Sarah's inheritance wasn't gone. It was locked into something she couldn't liquidate. I also worked with a family therapist to document the impact on the grandchildren, and set terms for visitation. If Sarah or Mark attempted further legal action regarding my competency or tried to restrict my access to Emma and Connor, the visitation terms would shift to supervised only through a neutral third party. Then I waited for the right moment. It came when Sarah told me she'd scheduled an appointment with a specialist to get me the help I needed. I knew what kind of specialist, the kind who'd rubber stamp her concerns and provide ammunition for a court petition. I canceled the appointment. Then I called a family meeting. Sarah, Mark, and I sat in the living room, the same room where Lynn and I used to watch old movies on Friday nights. I had the folder ready, printed screenshots, camera footage timestamps, the psych evaluation, the trust documents. "I know what you've been planning," I said. Sarah started to interrupt, but I held up my hand. "I've heard every conversation. I have recordings. I have the realtor quotes. I have the messages where you laugh about getting me out of the way." Mark's face went red. "You recorded us? That's illegal. It's my house. Single-party consent state. Try again." I slid the psych evaluation across the coffee table. "I'm not confused. I'm not declining. I'm sharper than both of you combined, and I just spent 6 weeks proving it while you made a fool of me in front of my family." Sarah's hands were shaking. "Dad, you don't understand. I understand you tried to steal my life." I explained the trust, the nonprofit, the new estate plan. I watched the realization hit her face in stages: shock, disbelief, anger. "You can't do this," Mark said. "This house is worth nothing to you anymore," I finished. "You'll get nothing from me but the knowledge you earned it." Sarah started crying, the ugly kind, with snot and gasping. "I just wanted us to be secure. I wanted the kids to have stability. By taking mine?" I told them they had 2 weeks to move out. I'd allow gradual, supervised visitation with Emma and Connor once they were settled elsewhere. But any attempt to manipulate the kids or continue the competency narrative would result in restricted access through legal channels. Mark stormed out. Sarah sat there, sobbing, trying to explain herself in circles. I didn't have the energy to hate her. I just felt tired. They moved out over the following 10 days. Quiet, tense. No big goodbye. Emma cried and asked why they weren't staying at Grandpa's house anymore. I heard Sarah tell her we needed a little space, but that they'd visit soon. Mark didn't speak to me at all. The first Saturday after they left, I didn't know if they'd show up. I made pancakes anyway, set out the art supplies, put on cartoons. At 9 a.m. the doorbell rang. Sarah stood there with both kids and their backpacks. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked like she'd aged 5 years. "Can they stay?" I nodded. She didn't come in. Emma and Connor ran to me like nothing had changed. We built a blanket fort. Connor painted a picture of our house with all of us standing in front, even his parents, even though they weren't there. Emma asked if Grandma was watching from heaven, and I told her yes. Sarah picked them up at 5. She handed me a card. Inside was a short note. "I'm sorry. I don't know how to fix this, but I want to try." I didn't respond. I don't know if I can yet. Mark, from what I hear through David, is furious. He thinks I trapped them, that I manipulated Sarah, that the trust is a vindictive power play. Maybe he's right about the last part. Sarah texts me now. Apologies, explanations, justifications. I read them, but I don't always answer. The nonprofit is moving forward. The counseling center is thrilled. We're planning to open the space in about 18 months, after I've had time to sort through Lynn's things properly and prepare the house. I'll live in the converted master suite and help supervise programs. It feels right. It feels like Lynn would have wanted the house to keep helping kids even after we're both gone. Emma and Connor come every Saturday. They don't ask why their parents aren't invited in. They just hug me, kick off their shoes, and dump out their backpacks full of drawings and spelling tests and stories about school. I still ache for the daughter I raised, the one who used to sit on this same couch with scraped knees and big dreams. I don't know where she went, or if she's still in there, under all the ambition and resentment. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m. and wonder if I should have handled it differently, if I should have confronted her sooner, gentler, without the lawyers and the recordings, if I should have forgiven her the moment she cried instead of drawing hard lines. But then I think about the way Mark smiled at that family dinner, the way Sarah let everyone believe I was losing myself, the way they packed boxes in secret and got realtor quotes while I was out running errands. I didn't cut her out. The kids still have their grandfather. The house will still serve a purpose. I'm still here, sound and whole and capable. But I also made sure she can't do this to anyone else. Not to me. Not to some future version of me that actually does need help. I secured my peace with legal paperwork and trust documents. I weaponized the one thing she wanted most and turned it into something she can't touch. So here's my question. Was I wrong to do it this way? Should I have tried harder to repair things before I locked everything down? Or was protecting myself and making sure she learned the cost of what she tried to do the only real option I had left? I'm still asking myself that every Saturday when the doorbell rings and I see her standing there with the kids, looking like she wants to say something but can't find the words. After my family stole my inheritance, I let them choke on their own greed. I, 53-year-old mother and the eldest of 5 children, never thought my own siblings would be the ones to stab me in the back. But here we are. My younger siblings are Mark, 51, Lisa, 48, David, 45, and Jennifer, 42. This whole mess centers around our parents' countryside home, the same house I spent every weekend maintaining while they were off living their lives in the city. Let me give you some context. For the last 15 years, I was the one who showed up. Every Saturday morning, I'd drive 2 hours to check on Mom and Dad, fix whatever was broken, mow the lawn, organize their medications. My siblings? They'd send a thinking of you Hartmut text maybe once a month and show up for Christmas if it was convenient. When Dad had his first stroke, I was the one who moved them into my house. When Mom's dementia got worse, I was changing her sheets at 3 a.m. Mark sent flowers once. Lisa called every few weeks to ask how they were doing but never offered to help. David and Jennifer might as well have been ghosts. I paid for the home health aides when insurance wouldn't cover it. I covered the hospital bills that kept piling up. I took unpaid leave from my job to be there when they needed round-the-clock care. My husband and I fought about money constantly because of it, but I didn't care. These were my parents. When they both passed away within 6 months of each other last year, I was emotionally destroyed, but also relieved? That sounds terrible, but watching them decline was brutal. I thought at least now I could grieve properly, and maybe my siblings would finally acknowledge everything I'd done. The funeral was lovely. Everyone cried. Everyone hugged me and thanked me for being such a devoted daughter. 2 weeks later, we all met at Mark's office for the will reading. That's when everything went to hell. They had a will I'd never seen before. Mark pulled it out like some kind of magician revealing his final trick, and my siblings all sat there with these weird, tight smiles. The lawyer, Mark's lawyer, not the family attorney I knew, read it out loud. Everything went to them. The house, the savings, Dad's classic car collection, Mom's jewelry. Everything was divided 4 ways. My name wasn't mentioned once. I sat there in shock while Mark explained, almost gently, like he was talking to a child. Mom told us before she got really sick that you'd already gotten your share. You lived with them rent-free for 2 years, remember? And they helped you with your mortgage that one time. She said it wouldn't be fair to the rest of us. I couldn't breathe. What? I took care of them. I paid their bills. You chose to do that, Lisa interrupted. No one forced you to be a martyr. David nodded. Yeah, and honestly, you were always Mom's favorite anyway. This just evens things out. Jennifer wouldn't even look at me. I asked to see the original will, the one I remembered our parents talking about years ago. Mark said this was it, dated 8 months before Mom's dementia diagnosis became official. Her signature was at the bottom, witnessed by 2 people I'd never heard of. Something felt wrong immediately. The signature was close but not quite right. The loops were different, and 8 months before her diagnosis, Mom couldn't remember my name half the time by then. But when I tried to say something, Mark cut me off. Don't do this. Don't make this ugly. Mom and Dad made their decision. I left that office feeling like I'd been gutted. My siblings started dividing everything up that same week. I saw the Facebook posts. Lisa posing with Mom's pearl necklace. David showing off Dad's vintage Corvette. Jennifer hosting a estate sale prep party at the house. I cried for 3 days straight. Then I got angry. Then I got quiet. Because something about that will didn't just feel wrong. It was wrong, and I was going to prove it. 2 days after that meeting, I went back to the house when I knew no one would be there. I still had my key. They hadn't thought to ask for it back yet. I took photos of everything. Mom's handwriting from birthday cards, her signature on old checks, grocery lists in her careful script. I grabbed her medical records from the filing cabinet that showed exactly when her cognitive decline started. Then I called a lawyer. Not Mark's buddy, but a real estate and probate attorney named Patricia Chen, who came highly recommended. I showed her everything. The will, the photos, the medical timeline. Patricia looked at the will for maybe 30 seconds. This is a forgery, and not even a good one. My heart was pounding. Can you prove it? Easily. We'll need a handwriting expert, but look. She pointed to the date. This was supposedly signed on March 15th. Your mother's medical records show she was hospitalized for a fall on March 12th and didn't get discharged until March 20th. She was on heavy pain medication the entire time. There's no way she was signing legal documents. I felt validation and rage in equal measure. What do we do? We challenge it in court. But I need you to understand. This will destroy your relationship with your siblings. Permanently. I thought about that. About Lisa's smug face. About Mark's condescending tone. About years of showing up while they didn't. They destroyed it first, I said. Patricia filed the challenge quietly. I didn't tell anyone. Meanwhile, my siblings kept posting updates. Mark was getting the house appraised. Lisa had already sold some of Mom's jewelry. David was planning to flip the Corvette. They'd started arguing among themselves, too. I heard through an old family friend that Jennifer felt she deserved a bigger share, since she was the youngest and needed it more. Let them fight. Let them count their chickens. The handwriting expert's report came back 3 weeks later. Definitive forgery. Not just the signature. The entire document had been drafted using a template from LegalZoom, printed on regular printer paper, not the official legal stationery our parents' actual lawyer used. The witnesses listed? Fake names. One was apparently a character from a TV show David used to watch. Patricia traced the document's creation. It had been drafted on David's home computer and printed from Mark's office. They'd worked together. Maybe all of them had known. Maybe it was just the 2 of them, and the others were willfully ignorant. I didn't care anymore. The court hearing was scheduled. I still didn't tell them. Mark actually called me 2 days before to invite me to help sort through Dad's workshop, since I knew where everything was. Like I was supposed to just smile and assist while they divided up my parents' life. I said I was busy. The morning of the hearing, they all showed up at the county clerk's office expecting to finalize the house transfer. Patricia and I were already there, sitting in the waiting area. The look on Mark's face when he saw me with a lawyer was priceless. Confusion, then anger, then something like fear. "What's going on?" he demanded. "We're contesting the will," Patricia said calmly. "It's a forgery." Lisa actually laughed. "Are you kidding me? You can't accept that, Mom." "Your brother forged it," I interrupted. "David drafted it. Maybe you all knew, maybe you didn't. But it's fake, and I can prove it." The hearing was brutal. Patricia presented everything: the handwriting analysis, the medical records, the metadata from the document showing when and where it was created. David went pale. Mark tried to argue, but his lawyer looked like he wanted to disappear. Jennifer started crying, saying she didn't know. She just trusted Mark. The judge voided the will on the spot. Fraud. Potential criminal charges pending. Everything reverted to intestate succession, which meant, as the eldest child who could prove primary caretaker status, I had the strongest claim. My siblings didn't even look at me as we left. Mark tried to corner Patricia in the parking lot, threatening to countersue for emotional distress. She laughed in his face. The property officially transferred to my name 6 weeks later. The house, the savings accounts, everything. I hired an estate sale company and sold almost all of it. I kept Mom's recipe box and Dad's reading glasses. Things that actually mattered. The Corvette, the jewelry, the fancy furniture they'd already started dividing up. Gone. I made $340,000 from the sale of the house and assets. Half of it, $170,000, I donated to the hospice care facility where my parents spent their final days. The nurses there had been kinder to my parents than my own siblings. They deserved it more. The rest I put toward my own retirement and paid off my mortgage. My husband and I took a trip to Ireland, something we'd postponed for years because I was too busy caring for my parents. Mark tried to sue me for unjust enrichment. It got thrown out. David sent me a long, rambling email about how I'd destroyed the family and how ashamed Mom and Dad would be. I blocked him. Lisa called me once, crying, saying she really didn't know about the forgery and couldn't we work this out? I told her she had plenty of chances to work things out over the past 15 years, and hung up. Jennifer showed up at my house 3 months after everything was settled. She looked terrible, thin, exhausted. She said she was sorry, that she should have visited more, should have helped more, should have questioned the will when it seemed too convenient. She said she understood if I never forgave her, but she needed me to know she regretted everything. I don't know if I believe her, but I didn't slam the door in her face, which is more than I can say for the others. The extended family has mostly taken my side, especially after the forgery came out. Some cousins and aunts stopped speaking to Mark and David entirely. A few people think I should have just let it go, that family is family and money isn't worth this. But here's the thing. They made it about money, not me. They looked at years of sacrifice and love and decided it was worth exactly nothing. They forged our mother's signature to erase me from her legacy. They gambled that I'd be too heartbroken or too tired to fight back. They were wrong. I sleep fine at night now. The silence from my siblings used to hurt, but now it feels clean. Like I finally swept out the last of the rot from my parents' house before I sold it. My parents' graves are well maintained. I visit every month with fresh flowers. My siblings haven't been there once, according to the groundskeeper. I guess they got what they really wanted. The money, not the memories. So I'm asking, was I wrong for letting my family fall apart? Or was it time they finally paid the price for turning our parents' love into a transaction? Sometimes I wonder if Mom and Dad would have wanted me to just forgive and move on, to keep the family together at any cost. But then I remember, they trusted me to care for them when no one else would. Maybe this was just me honoring that trust one last time. After my son called me dead weight, I made sure he'd never benefit from my death. I, 59, a widowed mother and retired teacher, never thought I'd be writing this. But here we are. My son Marcus, 34, and I used to be close, or at least I thought we were. His wife Amanda, 32, came into the picture 5 years ago, and that's when everything started changing. Let me give you some context. I've been living in this same suburban house for over 25 years. My husband died when I was in my early 30s, leaving me with 2 young kids and a teaching salary that barely covered the basics. I worked double shifts tutoring just to keep this house. Marcus and his younger sister grew up here. I thought they understood what sacrifice looked like. Marcus met Amanda at some corporate networking event. She worked in real estate and had opinions about everything, especially about what people should do with their assets. From the start, she looked at my house the way a shark looks at blood in the water. 3 bedrooms, paid off, in a decent neighborhood. I could see her doing the math every time she visited. And I helped them. God, did I help them. I paid for half their wedding. $15,000 I pulled from my savings. When their daughter was born 2 years ago, I covered childcare costs for 6 months because Amanda wanted to get back to work, but they couldn't afford daycare yet. Last year, I gave them $8,000 for a down payment on a new car because Marcus said his old one was embarrassing to drive to client meetings. The visits became transactional after that. He'd call every few months, and the conversation would eventually steer toward money. "Hey, Mom, just checking in. By the way, we're a little short this month." Or Amanda would drop hints. "You know, this house is so big for just one person. Have you ever thought about downsizing? Assisted living facilities are actually really nice now." I ignored it, told myself they were just stressed about money, about being new parents, that they didn't really mean it the way it sounded. Then came the dinner 3 months ago. They invited me over, which was rare enough that I should have known something was up. Amanda cooked, which she never does. Marcus was tense, kept checking his phone. Their daughter was already asleep. After we ate, Amanda cleared the plates and Marcus leaned back in his chair with this look on his face I'd never seen before. "Mom, we need to talk about the future," he said. I asked what he meant. "You've done a lot for us. We appreciate it. But you're not getting any younger, and we need to be practical." He glanced at Amanda, who nodded encouragingly. "Have you thought about what happens to your assets when you're gone?" The room went cold. I asked if he was seriously asking me about my will at a family dinner. Amanda jumped in. "We're just trying to plan responsibly. You've put so much into that house. It would be a shame if it went to waste or got tied up in legal issues." I looked at Marcus. "Is this why you invited me here?" He didn't deny it. Instead, he said, "You've done enough, Mom. Maybe it's time to think about what happens to your assets when you're gone." Amanda actually smirked. I felt my hands shaking. I asked if that was a threat. Marcus's voice went cold, colder than I'd ever heard it. "No, just reality. You're not getting younger." I left without another word, drove home in silence, cried in my kitchen until 2 a.m., staring at old photos of Marcus as a little boy, the ones where he's hugging me and smiling like I was his whole world. But by morning, something had shifted. The tears were gone. In their place was a clarity I hadn't felt in years. I called my lawyer that afternoon. The appointment was the following week. I sat in that office, the same one where I'd signed my original will 15 years ago, and told my lawyer everything. He's known me since my husband died. He didn't judge. He just listened. "Are you sure about this?" he asked when I finished. I was sure. We spent 2 hours going through everything. My house, my savings, my pension beneficiaries, everything my husband left me, that I'd carefully protected and grown over the decades. I had originally split it between Marcus and his sister, with specific provisions for my granddaughter's education. I changed all of it. The bulk of my estate, the house, the majority of my savings, would now go to a scholarship fund for underprivileged children in my former school district. Kids whose parents worked multiple jobs just to keep the lights on. Kids like Marcus used to be before he forgot where he came from. The rest went to my best friend Janet, 61. She's the one who drove me to doctor's appointments after my surgery 2 years ago, who brought me groceries during the pandemic without me asking, who never once looked at my house and saw dollar signs. Marcus's sister still got a small amount. She'd always been kind to me, visited regularly, never asked for anything. But Marcus? Nothing. Not a single dollar. The lawyer had everything drawn up within a week. Signed, notarized, legally airtight. Then came the hard part. I had to decide whether to tell him or not. I wrestled with that for 3 weeks. At night I'd lie awake thinking about all the birthdays, all the times I held him when he was sick, all the parent-teacher conferences and soccer games and college application essays. How could a mother do this to her own child? But then I'd remember his voice. "You're not getting younger." The way Amanda smirked. The way he looked at me like I was already a corpse whose pockets he was waiting to empty. I decided he needed to know. Not because I wanted to hurt him, though God knows he'd hurt me, but because I wanted him to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't treat people like ATMs and expect unconditional love in return. I invited them over for Sunday dinner. My house this time. I cooked Marcus's childhood favorite, pot roast with roasted potatoes. Amanda looked annoyed to be there. Marcus was on his phone through most of the meal. After dessert, I put down my fork and said, "I need to tell you both something." Marcus barely looked up. "What's up?" "I've changed my will. You're no longer in it." That got his attention. His head snapped up. "What?" "You heard me. Everything I have will go to charity and to people who actually care about me. You'll inherit nothing." Amanda's face went white, then red. "You can't be serious." "I'm completely serious. The papers are already filed." Marcus laughed. Actually laughed. "Okay, Mom. Very funny. You're upset about dinner, I get it. But let's be adults here." I stood up and retrieved the folder from my kitchen counter, placed it in front of him. "These are copies. The originals are with my lawyer." He opened it. I watched his face change as he scanned the documents. The laughter died. "Mom, you can't. This is insane. I'm your son. And I'm your mother. The one you called dead weight by implication. The one you only visit when you need money." Amanda stood up, her chair scraping loudly. "This is what you do? You're punishing your own child because your feelings got hurt? You're toxic." I stayed calm. "You can't inherit respect you never gave." They left screaming. Marcus called me every name he could think of. Amanda threatened to contest the will. My lawyer had already assured me they'd have no grounds. The door slammed. Their car peeled out of my driveway. And I sat at my dining room table, surrounded by the remnants of a family dinner, and felt nothing. No regret, no second thoughts. Just peace. It's been 6 months since that dinner. The letters started arriving after about 2 weeks. At first, they were angry. Printed out rants from Amanda about how I was a selfish old woman and how I was destroying their future. Marcus sent a few too, though his were shorter, colder, accusing me of never really loving him, of being vindictive. I didn't respond to any of them. Around month 3, the tone shifted. Marcus sent a handwritten letter, the first time he'd written to me by hand since he was maybe 12 years old. It was an apology, sort of. A lot of, "I'm sorry you felt that way," and "We were just concerned about you." No real acknowledgement of what he'd actually done. No understanding of why his words cut so deep. Amanda sent flowers with a card that said, "We miss you. Let's move past this." I gave the flowers to Janet. Last month, I got a call from Marcus's sister. She said he's been struggling, that Amanda's been pressuring him to fix things because they'd been counting on the inheritance for a down payment on a bigger house, that they've been fighting constantly. I told her I was sorry he was having a hard time, but my decision stands. She asked if I'd at least consider seeing my granddaughter. That hurt. I won't lie. I miss that little girl. But I also know that if I show up, it'll be used as leverage. They'll take it as a sign that I'm softening, that I can be manipulated back into the old pattern. So I haven't gone. Janet thinks I'm doing the right thing. She says she's seen too many of her friends get used by their kids, dying alone after giving everything away. She says setting boundaries isn't cruelty, it's self-respect. My lawyer says the will is solid. Even if they tried to contest it, which they haven't yet, they'd lose. I was of sound mind. I have documentation of everything. There's no legal ground to stand on. Most days I feel okay with all of it. I go to my book club. I volunteer at the library. I have coffee with Janet twice a week. I don't spend my time wondering when Marcus will call asking for money. I don't dread family dinners anymore. But some nights, I still look at those old photos. Marcus at 7, covered in mud from playing in the backyard. Marcus at 16, in his cap and gown. Marcus at his wedding, hugging me and whispering, "I love you, Mom." And I wonder if there was a moment I could have stopped this, a conversation we should have had earlier. If I enabled the behavior by always saying yes, always opening my wallet, always being available. Or if some people just change, and there's nothing you can do about it except protect yourself from the damage. The scholarship fund is being set up next month. They're going to name it after my late husband. I wish he were here to see it. He always said our job as parents was to raise our kids to be better than we were, not to be their ATMs forever. I think he'd be proud of what I did, even if it means I might never see my son again. But here's what I keep coming back to. Am I wrong for this? He's still my son. There's still time to change the will back. My lawyer said I could do it any time. Part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh, if I'm letting pride get in the way of family. But another part of me knows that what he said, what they both implied, wasn't just a slip of the tongue. It was how they really see me. So I guess my question is, was I wrong to leave him nothing? Is this justice, or am I just as cold as he was that night? I honestly don't know anymore. I finally let my son learn what life looks like without my help. I'm a 52-year-old single mother, and I spent the last 30 years of my life working double shifts as a nurse while raising my 2 sons alone after their father walked out. My eldest, Mark, 28, was always the one everyone loved. Smart, charming, knew exactly what to say. My younger son, Ben, 25, was quieter, more dependable. I loved them both the same, but I'll admit I probably gave Mark more. I paid for his entire college tuition. I helped him get his first apartment. I even co-signed a loan so he could buy a nice car when he got his first real job. Ben never asked for any of that. When my mother got sick 5 years ago, Ben moved back home without hesitation. He helped me take care of her while working part-time at a warehouse. Mark visited twice. Both times he stayed less than an hour. My mother passed away 6 months ago. The family home, the house I grew up in, the house where I raised my boys, was left to me in her will. It wasn't much, but it was paid off and it was mine. Mark knew how much that house meant to me. 2 weeks after the funeral, Mark came over with his wife, Sarah. They sat me down at the kitchen table, and Mark pulled out some papers. He said there were tax implications with the house being in my name, that I could lose a lot of money if I didn't transfer it into his name temporarily. He promised he'd put it back in my name once the tax stuff was sorted out. His wife nodded along, saying they'd done the same thing with her parents' property. I trusted him. He was my son. I signed the papers. 3 months later, I got an eviction notice in the mail. I stared at that letter for 20 minutes before I could even process what it said. The house had been sold. My house. The new owners were moving in within 60 days, and I needed to vacate the premises. I called Mark immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. He didn't answer. I called 6 more times. Finally, Sarah picked up and told me Mark would explain everything if I came over that evening. When I arrived at their place, I noticed immediately that they'd moved. This wasn't the modest townhouse they'd been renting. This was an actual house in a nice neighborhood with a 2-car garage. Mark opened the door wearing a polo shirt I'd never seen before, looking relaxed and happy. "Mom, come in. We need to talk." I followed him inside. The furniture was new. Everything was new. Sarah was sitting on a leather couch, and she didn't stand up when I walked in. "Mark, what the hell is going on? Why did I get an eviction notice?" He sighed like I was being dramatic. "Mom, I sold the house. I got a really good offer and it made sense financially. You don't need all that space anymore anyway. You're just one person." "You promised you'd transfer it back to me." "I know, but things changed. Look, you can stay here with us for a while until you figure something out. We have a guest room." I couldn't breathe. "You stole my house." Sarah actually rolled her eyes. "Don't be so dramatic. Mark made a smart business decision. You'll be fine with something smaller. It's for the best." That's when something inside me went cold and quiet. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just looked at my son and said, "I see." Then I left. What Mark didn't know was that I'd recorded our conversation when he first asked me to transfer the deed. Something about the whole situation had felt off, and a friend from work had suggested I protect myself. I had him on tape promising to return the house to me. I also still had all the original documents from my mother's will and the transfer papers. I moved in with Ben the next day. He lived in a small apartment, but he gave me his bedroom and took the couch without complaint. That first night he made me tea and said, "We'll figure this out, Mom. He's not getting away with this." I hired a lawyer the following week. Her name was Patricia, and she was in her 60s with gray hair and sharp eyes. She listened to the recording twice, reviewed all my documents, and smiled. "This is fraud," she said simply. "We have everything we need." Patricia sent a letter to the new buyers first, informing them that the sale might have been fraudulent and that the original owner had not consented to the transfer. She included copies of the tape and documentation. Within 3 days, those buyers contacted their own lawyer. Then everything happened fast. The buyers sued Mark for misrepresentation and fraud. The bank that gave him the mortgage for his new house started investigating because he'd used my mother's money for the down payment. Sarah's parents, who'd apparently helped fund their new lifestyle, found out what Mark had done and pulled all their financial support. Mark called me 17 times in one day. I blocked his number after the first call. He showed up at Ben's apartment. Ben answered the door and told him to leave or he'd call the police. Mark tried to push past him. Ben shoved him back and shut the door in his face. Mark's wife left him after 2 months. The house he bought with my mother's money went into foreclosure. He had to move into a studio apartment across town. People in his social circle, the ones who'd always thought he was so successful and put together, found out what he did. He lost friends. His reputation tanked. Patricia called me one afternoon and said, "The buyer's settled. They're dropping the suit, and Mark has agreed to pay restitution. He'll be paying it off for years." I didn't feel victorious. I just felt tired. 6 months have passed since I moved in with Ben. We found a small 2-bedroom house to rent in a quiet neighborhood. It's not the house I grew up in, but it's ours. Ben still works at the warehouse, and I picked up some part-time shifts at a hospice facility. Being around people at the end of their lives reminded me of something important. Not all family betrays you. Some family shows up, some family stays. Mark tried to reach out through Ben. He sent emails, letters, even showed up at the hospice once. I walked right past him like he was a stranger. Security escorted him out. Ben asked me a few weeks ago if I'd ever consider forgiving Mark. I told him the truth. Some wounds only heal when you stop letting the person reopen them. I don't think about Mark much anymore. When I do, I remember what Sarah said that night. It's for the best. She was right, in a way. Losing the house taught me who my real family was, and it taught Mark what life looks like without my help. Last week, I ran into one of Mark's old friends at the grocery store. She asked if I'd heard that Mark lost his job. Apparently, word got around about what he did, and his employer didn't want someone like that representing their company. She looked at me like she expected me to feel sorry for him. I just said, he wanted to teach me to let go of the past. So I did, starting with him. She didn't know what to say to that. Ben's been talking about buying a house in a few years. He wants me to live with him. Says we make a good team. I think he's right. My mother always said that blood doesn't make you family. Loyalty does. I'm finally starting to understand what she meant. Do you think I should have given Mark another chance? Or did he deserve exactly what he got? It took losing everything to learn my daughter only loved the money, not me. I'm 49, and I built my auto shop from the ground up. Started as a mechanic, working out of a rented garage 20 years ago, and turned it into something real. My daughter Tina is 27 now, and after my wife died when she was 12, she became everything to me. I worked 70-hour weeks so she could go to private school, bought her first car, paid for college, even helped with the down payment on her house. She used to hug me and say she'd take care of me when I got older, just like I took care of her. Then she married Marcus 3 years ago. He's 30, works in finance, always talking about optimizing assets and investment opportunities. At first I liked him well enough, but about 6 months after the wedding, things shifted. Tina started visiting more often, except now the conversations were different. She kept saying I was working myself to death, that I should retire and enjoy life. Marcus would chime in about how they could handle the business side and take the stress off me. I thought it was sweet, honestly. My daughter caring about my health, wanting to help. Then they brought me papers, called it a retirement benefits package, said it would protect my future and set me up for steady income. Legal documents, looked official. I signed them 3 months ago because I trusted her. After that, they started making decisions without me. I'd suggest we stick with our usual parts supplier, and Marcus would say they'd already handled it. My input stopped mattering. Then my accountant Joe started acting weird during our monthly meetings. He'd been with me 15 years, and suddenly he couldn't look me in the eye. 2 weeks ago, Joe called me after hours. Told me those documents I signed transferred majority ownership to Marcus. They'd been slowly removing my name from vendor accounts, renegotiating the lease under Marcus's name. He said they were pushing me out of my own business. I didn't believe it at first. Drove straight to Tina's house that night with the papers, asked her to explain what was happening. She barely looked at me when she said I wouldn't understand, that it was just business, that they couldn't run things the old way forever. Marcus just stood behind her, watching. She wasn't even sorry. That's what broke me. Not that she did it, but that she didn't care. I left without saying another word. Spent that whole night in my shop, surrounded by tools I'd collected over decades, trying to understand how the person I raised could do this to me. They wanted my business so badly? Fine. But they had no idea what it actually took to build one. Over the next month, they made their move. My paycheck went from what I'd been earning to barely minimum wage. They called it an equity adjustment. I couldn't make decisions anymore, got treated like just another employee. Then they started telling customers I'd retired. Some of my regulars called me directly, confused about why I wasn't there anymore. I stayed quiet for 3 months, just took it. I kept thinking Tina would realize what she'd done, that she'd come back and apologize. But she didn't. And one morning I woke up and something just snapped. If they could take what I built, I could build it again. I was 49, starting over with nothing, but I'd done it once before. I found a warehouse 4 blocks away, smaller, older, but it was mine. Then I called Danny, my head mechanic who'd been with me 12 years, told him what really happened and what I was planning. He didn't even hesitate. Said half the crew was ready to walk anyway after how Marcus had been treating them. 4 of my 6 employees ended up joining me. Then I spent 2 weeks calling every parts supplier and vendor I'd worked with over the years, told them exactly what Tina and Marcus did. Word spread fast. Turns out people don't like seeing someone get screwed over by their own kid. I opened the new place and called it Frank's Garage. Just my name, nothing fancy. Within the first week, my old customers started showing up. Then their friends came. Then people who'd just heard the story. Everyone knew what happened, and everyone knew I was the one who actually knew how to fix their cars. 6 months in, my shop was packed. 8 months in, I had to hire 2 more people. Meanwhile, I heard through Danny that things weren't going well at the old place. Marcus couldn't maintain the supplier relationships. Quality dropped. Customers complained. The remaining employees quit. Apparently, he'd been cutting corners to optimize profits, and customers noticed. By month 10, they were barely breaking even. Almost exactly 1 year after she took everything, Tina walked into my shop on a Saturday afternoon. She looked tired and older somehow. Asked if we could talk, said they were struggling. Maybe we could work together. She cried, said she'd made a mistake, that Marcus had convinced her it was the right move. Danny and the others just stopped working and watched, waiting to see what I'd do. I wiped my hands on a rag and looked at her for a long time. Told her I gave her everything once, and I wouldn't do it again. She got angry then, asked if I was really going to let my own daughter fail. I said I didn't let her do anything. She made her choices. Then she left. They sold the building lease 6 weeks after that. Couldn't keep it going. I didn't destroy them. They destroyed themselves. I just didn't save them. Heard through the grapevine that Tina and Marcus separated a few months later. Financial stress will do that, I guess. It's been 2 years now. Frank's Garage has 12 employees, and we're booked out 3 weeks in advance. I actually smile when I come to work. Real smiles, not the fake ones I was wearing that last year with Tina. The crew here feels like family, the kind that shows up and respects you. Customers bring me coffee, ask about my day, thank me for being honest. It's a smaller life than what I thought I'd have, but it's genuine. Tina texts sometimes, usually around holidays or her birthday. Generic stuff about hoping I'm well. I reply with a word or two. I'm not cruel, but I'm not really her father anymore either. The daughter who promised to take care of me doesn't exist. Maybe she never did. I spent 27 years sacrificing everything for her, and she still chose money over me. People ask if I feel guilty about not helping her. I don't. Revenge isn't always about destroying someone. Sometimes it's just about not letting them destroy you. Starting over at 49 was terrifying, but it taught me I didn't need her. I never did. I just thought I did. I'm not angry anymore, which surprised me. I just don't care. I don't know what Tina's doing now, and I don't ask around. Could we fix this someday? Maybe. Would I want to? I honestly don't know. Sometimes I wonder if she ever really loved me or if I was just useful to her. My life is smaller now. No family dinners, no grandkids I'll probably never meet. But it's mine, and it's honest. I work on cars, joke with my crew, go home to a quiet house. Some people might think that's sad, but I've made peace with it. The thing is, I gave Tina every opportunity to be a decent person. I raised her to be kind and loyal. But somewhere along the way, she learned that people are just assets to be managed. I can't fix that. I can only control what I do. And what I did was rebuild something that no one can take from me this time. Anyway, I should mention, Tina called yesterday. First actual phone call in months. Didn't answer it. She left a voicemail saying we need to talk about something important. I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. Part of me doesn't want to know what she wants now. Never thought I'd have to evict my own son to get my life back. I'm a 52-year-old single mother, and I raised 2 kids completely alone after my husband walked out on us when they were still in elementary school. My eldest is Caleb, 29, and my youngest is Maya, 26. For context, I worked double shifts at the hospital for years, sometimes pulling 16-hour days, just to keep us afloat. I skipped vacations, I wore the same clothes for years, and I made damn sure my kids never went to bed hungry or missed out on school trips like I did growing up. Caleb was always my golden boy. Charming, ambitious, the kind of kid who could talk his way into or out of anything. Teachers loved him. His friends' parents loved him. And I loved him most of all, maybe too much. Maya was quieter, more independent. But Caleb, he always needed something, always had a new plan, a new dream, and always needed just a little help to get there. 3 years ago, he lost his job, some tech startup that went under. He called me crying, saying he couldn't make rent, that he just needed a few months to get back on his feet. What was I supposed to do? He's my son. So I let him move back into my house. The same house I'd been paying off for 20 years. Just for a few months, Mom, he promised. I'll help with bills. I'll fix up the place. I'll take care of you for once. That was 3 years ago. At first, it wasn't terrible. He applied for jobs, or at least he said he did. But then the interviews stopped coming. The laptop stayed closed. He started sleeping until noon, leaving dishes everywhere, treating my home like a hotel. When I asked him about job hunting, he'd get defensive. The market's terrible, Mom. You don't understand how hard it is out there. Then his friends started showing up. Late nights, drinking on my porch, loud music, the works. I'd come home from a 12-hour shift to find pizza boxes on my couch and beer cans on my coffee table. When I tried to set boundaries, he'd roll his eyes like I was being unreasonable. Mom, relax. We're just hanging out. This is my house, Caleb. Yeah, and I live here too. That's when the tone started changing. He stopped saying, "Thank you." He stopped pretending to look for work. He started acting like he owned the place, using my car without asking, eating my groceries, talking to me like I was some kind of burden he had to tolerate. One night, about 6 months ago, I came home exhausted. I'd worked a double because 2 nurses called in sick. I walked into my kitchen and found Caleb eating takeout with 2 of his friends. My car keys were on the counter. "Did you use my car again?" I asked. He didn't even look up. "Yeah, needed to pick up food," You didn't ask. Didn't think I had to. You weren't using it. His friends laughed, like I was the punchline. Caleb, we need to talk about you finding your own place. That's when he finally looked at me, and the expression on his face, I'll never forget it. Cold, entitled. Are you serious right now? After everything I do around here? What do you do around here? I keep you company, Mom. You'd be miserable and alone without me. You should be thanking me. I was too tired to fight. I went to bed, and I cried myself to sleep. But the breaking point came 2 months ago. I got a call from my bank about suspicious activity on my account. Turns out, someone had taken out a personal loan in my name. $15,000. Gone. I knew immediately. I checked my desk drawer where I kept important documents. My social security card, my birth certificate. Everything was slightly out of place. I confronted him that night, shaking with anger and heartbreak. Caleb, did you take out a loan in my name? He barely looked up from his phone. Yeah, I needed it. You needed it? Relax, Mom. I'll pay it back. You committed fraud. You could have ruined my credit. That's when he stood up, and for the first time in his life I felt afraid of my own son. Not physically, he didn't threaten me, but the look in his eyes was pure contempt. You owe me, Mom, he said slowly. I've been stuck in this shithole keeping you company for years. You'd have nothing if it weren't for me. You'd be some lonely old woman with nobody. So yeah, I took the money. Consider it back payment for putting up with your bullshit. Something inside me shattered. Not broke, shattered. This wasn't my son anymore. This was a stranger who'd stolen his face. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just stood there staring at him. And then I smiled. You're right, I said softly. Maybe I do owe you something. He looked surprised, maybe even a little satisfied, like he'd finally won. Over the next few weeks, I played the part of the supportive, guilty mother perfectly. I apologized for overreacting. I told him I wanted to help him start fresh, properly this time. I even started printing out apartment listings and leaving them on the kitchen table, circling the ones I thought he'd like. Look at this one, Caleb. 2 bedrooms, not too far from downtown. I could help with the deposit if you need it. He ate it up. Started talking about finally getting his own place, maybe starting that business he'd always dreamed about. His friends came over more often, and I'd smile and bring them snacks like nothing had happened. Meanwhile, I was meeting with a lawyer every Tuesday during my lunch break. We filed a police report for identity theft, quietly, no drama. I got copies of everything. The loan documents, the forged signatures, bank statements showing the withdrawals. My lawyer told me I had a solid case, but more importantly, I had grounds for legal eviction. I also contacted a realtor. My house, the one I'd been paying off for 20 years, the one I'd raised my babies in. I put it on the market. It hurt. God, it hurt. But I knew I'd never feel safe there again. Not with him knowing where I lived. It sold in 3 weeks. Over asking price. Some young couple starting their family. With that money, I bought a small 2-bedroom condo across town, but I put it in my sister Rachel's name. Caleb had never been close with Rachel. They'd had a falling out years ago over something stupid, so I knew he wouldn't think to look there. Rachel agreed without hesitation. She'd seen what he'd become. The hardest part was telling Maya. She flew in from Portland, where she'd been working as a graphic designer. We met at a coffee shop, and I told her everything. The loan, the disrespect, my plan. She cried, but not for him. Mom, I'm so sorry. I should have been here more. I should have seen this. You have your own life, sweetheart. This isn't your fault. When are you doing it? 2 weeks, on the closing day. She nodded. Do you need help? No, I need to do this myself. Those 2 weeks were the strangest of my life. I was still playing the doting mother, still bringing Caleb coffee in the morning, still listening to him talk about his plans. But inside, I was counting down the hours. I hired movers to come on closing day while Caleb was out. He'd mentioned he was meeting friends at some bar downtown, probably using money from that loan. The movers packed up everything that was mine: furniture, photos, kitchen supplies, everything. I left his stuff exactly where it was. His clothes in the bedroom, his laptop on the desk, his dishes in the sink. Before I left, I walked through the empty house one last time. I stood in the doorway of his room and remembered the little boy who used to have nightmares and crawl into my bed. The teenager who'd helped me plant flowers in the yard. The young man who'd given a beautiful speech at his high school graduation about how I was his hero. I don't know where that person went. Maybe he never existed. I taped the eviction notice to the front door myself. It cited identity theft, fraud, and violation of verbal rental agreement. I also left a letter from my lawyer detailing the loan fraud and informing him that I'd filed a police report, but wouldn't press charges if he made payment arrangements and vacated immediately. Then I changed the locks. All of them. Front door, back door, garage. By the time Caleb came home that evening, I was already at my new condo, unpacking boxes. My old phone, the one he'd been calling and texting, was sitting in a drawer, turned off. I'd gotten a new number that morning. According to Rachel, who drove by the house later, his stuff was thrown all over the front porch. She said she could hear him yelling from inside her car. He tried everything to find me. He called my work, but HR wouldn't give out my information. He showed up at Rachel's house, but she threatened to call the police and he left. He even tried to reach out to Maya, but she'd blocked him months ago after he'd asked her for money one too many times. For the first few weeks, I was terrified he'd somehow track me down. I jumped at every noise. But slowly, the fear faded. I started sleeping through the night for the first time in years. I started eating breakfast without feeling sick. I started remembering what it felt like to come home to peace. The loan was more complicated. My lawyer managed to get most of it discharged, since I'd reported it as fraud and had documentation proving I never authorized it. I still had to pay some of it, around $3,000, but it was worth it to have my credit protected. Maya visits often now. She says the condo feels like me in a way the old house never did. Lighter. Calmer. We cook dinner together and watch movies, and she doesn't have to tiptoe around her brother's mood anymore. But the judgment from family has been brutal. My sister-in-law called me heartless. My cousin posted something on Facebook about mothers who abandon their children. People who don't know the full story have messaged me, asking how I could do that to my own son. I don't explain myself anymore. The people who matter know the truth. About 6 months after I left, I got a message on Facebook from a number I didn't recognize. It was Caleb. He'd somehow created a new account just to reach me. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong about everything. I'm getting help. I'm in therapy. I have a job now at a warehouse. I'm trying to pay back the loan. Can we talk? Please? I stared at that message for a long time. My finger hovered over the reply button. Part of me, the mother part that will never fully die, wanted to believe him. Wanted to give him one more chance. But I thought about that night he looked me in the eyes and told me I owed him. I thought about the 3 years of disrespect, manipulation, and entitlement. I thought about how he didn't apologize until he'd lost everything. I never responded. I blocked the account. A year has passed now. I'm 53. I still work at the hospital, but I only take the shifts I want to take. I've started traveling. Small trips, nothing fancy, but trips nonetheless. Last month I went to the coast and watched the sunset over the ocean. I cried, but they were good tears. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I did the right thing. I wonder if he really has changed, if therapy really helped, if I should have given him that one last chance. I wonder if one day I'll regret this decision. But then I wake up in my quiet condo, make my coffee in my clean kitchen, and sit on my balcony watching the sunrise. And I realize something. I don't feel guilty anymore. I feel free. My daughter says I look younger now. Lighter. Like I finally put down something heavy I'd been carrying for too long. Maybe I have. I don't know what Caleb is doing now. I don't know if he's really changed or if that message was just another manipulation. I don't know if he'll ever truly understand what he did to me, or if he'll spend the rest of his life playing the victim, telling people his cruel mother abandoned him for no reason. What I do know is this. I spent 29 years putting my son first. I gave him everything I had, and then some. And when he needed me to save him from himself, I did, by walking away. Some people call that revenge. I call it survival. Was I wrong to cut him off completely? Or is there a point where even a mother has to choose herself? Never thought I'd teach my own daughter what cutting ties really means. I'm 48, and I spent the last 20 years building a life for my daughter Emma, who's 26 now. My wife died when Emma was 6, and from that point on, it was just the two of us. I worked 2 jobs, warehouse during the day, security guard at night, to make sure she had everything she needed. I sold my car to help pay for her graduate school. I ate ramen so she could have real meals. I turned down promotions that would have meant moving away from her college. I made sure she never felt like she was missing out on anything because her mom was gone. 3 years ago, Emma married Marcus. He's 29, comes from money, nice guy, or so I thought. At the wedding, Emma gave this toast that made me tear up. She said, "Dad sacrificed everything for me. When he's older, I'll take care of him. That's a promise." I paid for most of that wedding, even though Marcus's family could have covered it 10 times over. But I wanted to do it. I felt like all those years of struggle were finally worth something. 2 years after the wedding, my health started going downhill. My back gave out from all those years of manual labor, and I got diagnosed with early diabetes. I had to quit the warehouse job and could only manage part-time security work. Emma and Marcus offered to help manage my finances. They said I was too stressed and sick to handle bills and paperwork. I was relieved, honestly. Thought this was her keeping that promise from the wedding. 6 months into them handling my money, I got a call from the bank. They said my mortgage was 3 months overdue. I was confused because I'd paid off that house 10 years ago. The woman on the phone told me I'd refinanced 8 months ago for $180,000. My stomach dropped. I hadn't signed anything. I called Emma right away. No answer. Called Marcus. Straight to voicemail. The next morning, I drove to the bank and asked to see the paperwork. They showed me the documents with my signature on them, except I never signed them. I took copies, with my hands shaking the whole time. That's when it hit me. They'd forged my signature. My own daughter forged my signature and took out a mortgage on my house without telling me. I drove straight to their place to get answers. When I pulled up to their house, I noticed a new BMW in the driveway. Marcus had just bought it. Inside, they had new furniture, a massive TV mounted on the wall. Everything looked expensive. I asked them directly about the mortgage. Emma went pale. Marcus got defensive immediately. Emma finally admitted they needed the money temporarily for Marcus's business opportunity, some investment that was supposed to pay off big. I asked, what investment? What business? Marcus explained it was a franchise opportunity that would triple the money. They'd pay everything back. I asked why they didn't just ask me. Emma said because I would have said no, that I never want her to take risks. I pointed out they forged my signature. That's illegal. Marcus actually said, we're family. It's not like we're strangers stealing from you. Then Emma said it. Dad, it's not like you're using all that money anyway. You're just sitting in that house alone. Something in me went cold. Not angry, just cold. I realized right then that my daughter didn't see me as her father anymore. She saw me as an asset. She'd already calculated what I was worth and decided she was entitled to it. I didn't yell. I just told them I needed to think about it and talk to my lawyer. Emma looked relieved. She thought I was going to let it slide. I left and drove past the park where I used to take Emma when she was little. I taught her to ride a bike there. We did homework at those picnic tables. I kept wondering where that little girl went, and when she turned into this person who could look me in the eye and justify stealing from me. The next day I met with a lawyer, showed him the forged documents. He confirmed it was fraud and I could press charges. But I didn't want that. I asked if I could sell the house without them knowing. He said it was complicated with the mortgage, but we could make it work. The plan would take about 6 to 8 weeks. I decided to play along. I called Emma and told her I'd sign over the house to make things easier. She was thrilled. We met at a coffee shop and I brought some fake documents, said my lawyer was reviewing everything. Marcus went on and on about the business, how it was going to change their lives. Emma held my hand and thanked me for understanding. I smiled and nodded, but I felt absolutely nothing. I'd already made up my mind about what I was going to do. Over the next 6 weeks, I quietly packed up the house. I sold it to a young single mother with 2 kids. The deal closed fast. Emma and Marcus called a few times asking about the paperwork, and I kept making excuses about delays with the lawyer. After the sale closed and the mortgage was paid off, I had about $220,000 left. I donated half of it to the local children's home where I used to volunteer when Emma was young. They named a new education fund after my wife. I used the rest to set up a retirement fund and paid a year's rent up front on a small apartment 3 towns over. Then I changed my phone number and deleted all my social media. 3 months went by. I didn't contact them once. Then my old neighbor called and told me Emma had shown up at the house with a realtor. She lost it when she saw the new family living there. Apparently, they'd been planning to sell the house themselves. Emma got my new number somehow, probably through the lawyer. She called screaming, asking what I did and where the money was. Marcus was yelling in the background about lawsuits. I stayed calm and told her, "You already took what you thought you deserved. I just made sure you got nothing more." She asked how I could do this to my own daughter. I said it was funny because I'd asked myself the same question when I found out about the forgery. She posted on Facebook after that, saying I was a cruel father who abandoned his family, called me mentally unstable. Some people believed her at first, but word got around about what she'd actually done. One of her college friends commented publicly, asking if she wanted to tell everyone about the fraud. Emma deleted the post, but screenshots were already everywhere. 4 months later, I heard Marcus's investment collapsed. The whole thing was basically a pyramid scheme. They lost everything, had to sell the BMW and downsize. Emma tried calling again, crying this time and asking for help. I didn't answer. It's been almost a year now. I live in a small apartment and do part-time consulting from home. I volunteer at the children's home twice a week. No contact with Emma this whole time. Sometimes I think about reaching out. Then I remember what she said. It's not like you're using that money anyway. Last week I got a letter with no return address, but I recognized Emma's handwriting. It's been sitting unopened on my kitchen table ever since. I stare at it every morning with my coffee. Part of me wants to know what it says. Part of me thinks it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't raise my daughter to be cruel, but if she wanted to learn betrayal, I made sure she learned what it feels like to be on the receiving end of it.
Never thought my own son would sell me out for a promotion. I'm a 52-year-old mother and small business owner. I run a construction supply shop that my late husband started from nothing. It's not glamorous, but it's ours. Well, it was his first, then mine, and I always thought it would be my kids someday. My eldest son, Mark, is 30, and my daughter, Lisa, is 27. After my husband died 8 years ago, I raised them both while keeping this business alive. Some days I wanted to quit. Some days I did quit, just not out loud. Mark always worked under me. He handled accounts, vendor negotiations, client communications. He was good at it too, but he complained constantly. "I'm stuck here, Mom. I could be making 6 figures somewhere else. Nobody respects family businesses anymore." I get it. He wanted more. But I needed him. And I thought he understood that this wasn't just a job. This was his father's legacy. About 6 months ago, a big contracting corporation started moving into our city. They were buying up smaller suppliers left and right, consolidating everything under their brand. I wasn't worried at first. We had loyal clients, solid vendor relationships. I figured we'd be fine. Then one morning, I opened my email and saw something that wasn't meant for me. It was forwarded by accident. One of Mark's old college buddies hit reply all instead of just replying to Mark. The email chain went back weeks, and right there, in plain text, was my son pitching himself to the corporation's regional manager as the ideal internal partner who could facilitate a smooth takeover of the family company from within. I read it 3 times before it sank in. He wasn't just looking for another job. He was offering them everything. Our financials, our client lists, our vendor contracts. He was handing them the keys to the kingdom. And in return, a regional director position once the acquisition went through. My own son was selling me out. I sat there staring at the screen for I don't know how long. My coffee went cold. My hands were shaking. I kept thinking, this can't be real. Mark wouldn't do this. But the evidence was right there. Dates, attachments, meeting notes. He'd been planning this for months. I didn't sleep that night. I printed everything. I read through it all again, hoping I'd misunderstood. But I hadn't. The next morning, I called him into my office. I put the emails on the desk between us. Didn't say a word at first, just watched his face. He glanced down, and I saw the exact moment he realized what I was looking at. His expression didn't even change much. No panic, no guilt. Just this calm, almost annoyed look, like I'd caught him in something minor. "Mom, don't," I cut him off. "Just tell me it's not what it looks like." He sighed, leaned back in his chair. "It's exactly what it looks like." I felt like I'd been punched. I don't know what I expected. Denial, maybe, or an apology. But not that. Not him just admitting it like it was nothing. "Why?" I asked. My voice cracked. I hated that. "Because you're tired, Mom. You've been running this place into the ground for years. You won't modernize. You won't expand. You won't let me make real decisions. This company could be worth something if you'd just let go." "Let go?" "Mark, your father built this with his hands. This is his legacy. This is your inheritance." I don't want an inheritance, he said, and his tone was so cold. I want a career. I want to actually grow. You're holding me back, and you're holding this business back. The corporation's offer is fair. You'd walk away with enough to retire comfortably. I'd finally get to do something that matters. Everybody wins. Except I didn't agree to any of this. He shrugged. You would have said no. You always say no. I stared at him. This was my son. The kid I stayed up with when he had nightmares. The teenager I drove to hockey practice at 5 a.m.
The man I trusted to help me keep his father's dream alive. And he looked at me like I was just an obstacle. You should step back, Mom, he continued, like he was doing me a favor. Let me handle the negotiations. You'll thank me later. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just nodded slowly and said, I'll think about it. He actually smiled. Good. I think you're making the right call. That's when I knew. He didn't see me as his mother anymore. He saw me as a problem to solve. And if I wanted to survive this, I had to think the same way. So I did. Over the next 3 weeks, I kept my mouth shut. I let Mark think I was considering my options. I even asked him to sit in on a few vendor calls, like I was grooming him to take over. He ate it up. Meanwhile, I was restructuring everything. I worked with my lawyer, someone Mark didn't know I was in contact with, and created a new holding entity under Lisa's name. I transferred the business licenses, the vendor contracts, the client agreements. I moved the bank accounts. I even renegotiated the building lease under the new company. The old business, it became a shell. Empty. Worthless. Mark had no idea. When the corporation finally came knocking, they were expecting to buy a thriving family business with established client relationships and vendor deals. Instead, they found an entity with no assets, no contracts, and no value. The whole deal collapsed in a day. Mark's promised job? Gone. He came to my house that night. Didn't even knock, just barged in. He was screaming, calling me manipulative, saying I'd ruined his life. I let him get it all out. Then I looked him in the eye and said, You wanted to treat it like business, Mark. So I did. He left that night and didn't come back. Moved 2 states over a month later. We haven't spoken since. Lisa co-runs the company with me now. Business is steady. Our clients stayed loyal. The vendors respect us. We're doing fine. But I still think about him sometimes. Late at night, when the shop is quiet and I'm doing the books, I wonder if he ever thinks about what he tried to do, if he regrets it, if he even misses us. I love my son. I always will. But I also know he would have traded me and everything his father built for a corner office and a title. Was it revenge or just survival? I honestly don't know anymore. Because part of me wishes he'd never made me prove I could still fight. The day my sons tried to dump me in a nursing home, I taught them what abandonment feels like. I, 58, have been dealing with a situation involving my 2 sons, Marco, 32, and Diego, 29, that's completely destroyed what I thought our family was. Let me start with where I am right now. Sitting in a small apartment in Vancouver, drinking coffee my cousin Ernesto made, watching the rain hit the window. My sons think I'm either dead or rotting in some nursing home back in Manila. They have no idea I'm here, and honestly, that's exactly how I want it. But I need to explain how this all started. My wife Rosa died when the boys were 7 and 4. Cancer. Brutal and fast. I was 29 years old, working construction, and suddenly I was alone with 2 kids who kept asking when Mama was coming home. I worked double shifts, saved every peso I could. I skipped meals so they could eat. I wore the same clothes for years so they could have new uniforms. I put them both through college. Marco became an accountant. Diego got into hotel management. I was so proud. When they both got married and started their own families, I thought I'd finally done it. I could rest, maybe travel a little, enjoy my life. That lasted about 6 months. 3 months ago, Marco came to the house on a Tuesday afternoon. He had papers with him, a whole folder. He sat me down at the kitchen table, the same table where I used to help him with his homework, and told me these were just precautionary documents. Medical power of attorney, he said, in case something happens to you, Papa, in case you have an emergency and can't make decisions. Diego and I just want to make sure you're protected. I trusted him. Why wouldn't I? These were my sons. I raised them. I signed everything. 2 weeks later, my ATM card stopped working. I went to the bank, thinking it was some technical error. The teller looked at my account, then looked at me with this pitying expression that made my stomach drop. Sir, this account has been restricted. There's a note here that says it's under management by your attorney in fact. I didn't even know what that meant at first. When I got home, I called Marco. He didn't answer. I called Diego, straight to voicemail. I tried again and again. Finally, Marco called back that evening. Papa, we need to talk about your living situation. Living situation. Like I was a problem to be solved. He came over the next day with Diego. They didn't even sit down. They stood in my living room, the living room I painted myself, where we used to watch basketball together, and told me they'd found a really nice facility for me. Clean, they said. Safe. With people my age. I asked them what the hell they were talking about. I'm 58, not 88. I still work part-time doing carpentry. I'm healthy. Diego looked at his phone while Marco did the talking. That's what hurt the most. Diego couldn't even look at me. Papa, you're getting older. We worry about you here alone. What if you fall? What if something happens? And honestly, Marco paused, like he was choosing his words carefully. Maintaining this house and supporting you is becoming a financial strain on both of us. We have our own families now. Financial strain. I still had money in my account, or I did, until they took it. That's when I noticed the furniture was different. Small things. The good TV I bought last year was gone. The antique clock Rosa's mother gave us. Gone. I walked to my bedroom. My car keys weren't on the dresser. Where's my car? Marco cleared his throat. We sold it, Papa. You don't need to be driving anymore anyway. We'll visit you at the facility and... I didn't let him finish. I told them both to get out. They left, but not before Marco put a brochure on the table. Golden Years Haven, it said. The pictures showed old people in wheelchairs staring at nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Rosa, about how she made me promise, right before she died, to take care of our boys. And this is what they became. I got out of bed around 3 a.m. and started going through my old documents. Birth certificates, marriage certificate, property titles. That's when I remembered. The land. My parents left me a small piece of land in Batangas, in our hometown. It wasn't huge, but it was something. I never told the boys about it because I was saving it, maybe to give to them someday, or maybe just as a safety net. I'd almost forgotten about it myself. I found the title. It was still in my name. The next morning, I called my old friend, Addie Ramos. We went to law school together for 1 semester before I had to drop out when Rosa got pregnant, but we stayed close. I told him everything. They did what? He was furious. Bert, that's elder abuse. We can fight this. We met that afternoon.
He explained that the power of attorney I signed was legitimate, but it could be revoked. We filed the paperwork immediately. Then we put a freeze on any property transfers in my name. The house, the land, everything. They couldn't touch it now without my explicit consent. But I didn't stop there. I told Addy Ramos I wanted to change my will. He asked if I was sure. I'd never been more sure of anything. I donated the land to a community center in Batangas where I used to volunteer after Rosa died. The house would go to an orphanage that helped me when the boys were young and I couldn't afford daycare. Not a single peso to Marco or Diego. What about your assets? Your savings? Addy Ramos asked. Whatever they haven't stolen yet, same thing. Donate it. Set up a scholarship fund. I don't care. Just make sure they get nothing. He drafted everything. I signed it. It was legal, notarized and sealed. Then I did something they'd never expect. I disappeared. I packed one bag, clothes, my documents, some photos of Rosa, and the wooden cross she used to keep by our bed.
I withdrew what little cash I could still access, about 30,000 pesos they hadn't found yet, hidden in an old coffee tin in the garage. I called Ernesto, my cousin in Vancouver. We hadn't talked in maybe 5 years, but when I explained what happened, he didn't hesitate. Come here, Bert. Stay as long as you need. I booked a flight using my old passport. I left on a Friday morning when I knew Marco would be at work and Diego would be busy with his hotel job. I left the brochure for Golden Years Haven on the kitchen table. Next to it, I put my house keys and a note that said, "You wanted me gone. Congratulations." For the first 2 weeks in Vancouver, I barely left Ernesto's apartment. I felt like I was mourning something, but I wasn't sure what. My sons, my old life, the version of my family I thought we were. Ernesto worked during the day, so I was alone with my thoughts a lot. I'd make coffee, stare out the window at the mountains, and wonder if I'd done the right thing. Part of me wanted to call them, to hear their voices, to try to fix it somehow. But then I'd remember Marco's face when he told me I was a financial strain. I'd remember Diego looking at his phone instead of at me. I'd remember my empty bank account and my missing car. One evening, about 3 weeks after I arrived, Ernesto came home and found me looking at old photos on my phone. Pictures of the boys when they were little. Marco's graduation. Diego's wedding. "You're torturing yourself," he said. "They're still my sons." They stopped being your sons when they treated you like garbage. I knew he was right. But knowing it and feeling it were different things. Back in Manila, Adany Ramos kept me updated. Marco and Diego had tried to access the house. They had copies of my keys, apparently. But when they got there, neighbors had already noticed I was gone. Mrs. Santos from next door called Adany Ramos because I'd given her his number months ago as an emergency contact. The boys told everyone I was undergoing treatment and that they were handling my affairs. They even posted on Facebook about how difficult it was to care for an aging parent. The comments were full of people praising them for their sacrifice. It made me sick. Attorney Ramos advised me to stay quiet. "Let them think whatever they want for now," he said. "The less they know, the better." In month 2, I started helping Ernesto at his restaurant. Just small things: prep work, cleaning, talking to the Filipino customers who came in looking for a taste of home. It felt good to be useful again, to be around people who didn't see me as a burden. One of the regular customers, a woman named Lydia who was maybe 60, started talking to me during her lunch breaks. She was a nurse, widowed like me. We talked about our kids. She had 3 daughters in Toronto who visited once a year if she was lucky. "They love me," she said, "but they have their own lives. I'm just the woman who calls too much and asks when they're visiting."
At least they didn't try to institutionalize you and steal your money, I said. She laughed, but it wasn't really funny. Around month 3, Attorney Ramos called with news. Your sons filed a missing person report. They what? Last week. They told the police you're elderly, possibly confused, and they're worried about your safety. They're really playing this up, Bert. Social media posts, interviews with local news. They're positioning themselves as the devoted sons looking for their poor, lost father. I felt my hands start shaking. What do we do? Nothing yet. You're a grown man. You're allowed to leave. You're not actually missing. You're just not where they want you to be. But Bert, you should know. They're asking about your assets. The house. They want to sell it. Claim they need the money to fund the search for you. Can they? Not with the freeze in place. But they're trying.
They hired a lawyer. That's when I realized they weren't just greedy. They were committed to this. To erasing me and taking everything I'd built. That night I couldn't sleep again. I kept thinking about the life insurance policy I had. If they declared me dead after 7 years, would they get that too? I called Attorney Ramos first thing in the morning. Already ahead of you, he said. I updated the beneficiary. It's going to the charities now too. Good. Bert. They came to my office yesterday. Marco and Diego. They wanted to know if I'd heard from you. What did you tell them? That I'm your lawyer, not theirs, and they can leave my office before I call security. Marco tried to threaten me, said he'd report me for helping you evade your responsibilities. I told him to try it. I could hear the smile in his voice. Attorney Ramos was enjoying this, and honestly, so was I starting to. There's something else, he continued. I heard through Mrs. Santos that they're planning some kind of memorial. They're telling people you're likely dead. I've been gone 3 months. They're impatient, and they want access to that inheritance. That's when the plan fully formed in my head. Ramos, what if we let them think I'm dead? What? What if we don't correct them? Let them hold their little memorial. Let them find out exactly what they're inheriting. And then I send them something. Not much. Just enough to let them know I'm alive and I saw everything. There was a long pause. Bert, that's actually brilliant. And legal. As long as you're not actually committing fraud. You're just staying out of touch. So we do nothing? We do nothing. We wait. And when they make their move, we let them hang themselves. It took another 2 months, but it happened. Mrs. Santos sent me photos. A small memorial service at our parish church. Maybe 50 people. The boys were dressed in black. Marco gave a speech about what a devoted father I was. How much they missed me. How they hoped I was at peace now. Diego cried. Actual tears. I wondered if they were real. The priest, Father Miguel, who baptized both my sons and buried my wife, looked uncomfortable the whole time. He kept the ceremony short. After the service, according to Mrs. Santos, several people went to the boys and gave them envelopes. Money. Condolence gifts. Traditional. That would have made me angry, but I was past anger by then. I was just done. 1 week after the memorial, Attorney Ramos called a meeting with Marco and Diego to discuss the estate. He recorded it with their permission. Standard procedure, he told them, for legal purposes. I listened to that recording 3 times. So, about your father's assets, Attorney Ramos began. Yes, the house. And we know he had some land somewhere, plus his savings, Marco said.
The house will be transferred to St. Catherine's Orphanage, as per your father's will, updated and notarized 4 months ago. Silence. The land in Batangas has been donated to the Batangas Community Center. More silence. And the remaining liquid assets, approximately 400,000 pesos after debts and expenses, have been allocated to a scholarship fund for underprivileged children in your father's name. That's not possible. We had power of attorney, Diego finally said, which your father revoked 3 days after you sold his car without his permission. Did you think he wouldn't notice? Where is he? Marco's voice was different now. Angry. He's not dead, is he? I'm not at liberty to discuss my client's location or status. You're hiding him. I'm executing his legal wishes. If you have a problem with the will, you're welcome to contest it. But I should warn you, elder financial abuse is a serious crime in the Philippines, and I have documented evidence of your actions. The unauthorized sale of his vehicle, the restriction of his bank accounts, the attempted institutionalization against his will.
I'd be happy to present that evidence in court if you'd like to proceed. The recording went quiet except for some shuffling sounds. Get out of my office, gentlemen. We're done here. I sat in Ernesto's apartment, holding the phone, and I finally cried. Not sad crying. Something else. Relief, maybe. Or grief for the sons I thought I had. 2 days later, I sent them each a letter. Same message. You thought you were putting me away. Turns out, I was freeing myself from you. I'm not dead. I'm just dead to you. Don't look for me. Don't call. Don't pretend you care now. You wanted me gone. I'm gone. The difference is, I left on my own terms, with my dignity intact. You'll inherit exactly what you gave me. Nothing. I didn't sign it. I didn't need to. Attorney Ramos told me Marco tried to call him 17 times that day. Diego sent emails threatening legal action, then begging for a phone number, then apologizing, then threatening again. I blocked their numbers, all of them, their wives, their kids, everyone. That was 4 months ago. I'm still in Vancouver. I got a part-time job at a Filipino grocery store. I play chess with Ernesto on weekends. Lydia, the nurse, and I have coffee sometimes. I'm learning to live a smaller life, and I'm okay with it. Do I think about my sons? Every day. Do I miss them? I miss who I thought they were. Mrs. Santos tells me they sold their cars, downsized their houses. Apparently they were counting on my money to cover some debts. Marco's wife left him. She didn't sign up to be poor, apparently. Diego's family is staying with his in-laws. Part of me feels something about that. I'm not sure what. Sometimes I wonder if they tell their kids about me. If my grandchildren know I exist. If they'll grow up thinking I abandoned them. But then I remember. I didn't abandon anyone. I just stopped letting them abandon me first. Father Miguel sent me an email last month through Attorney Ramos. He said the boys came to confession. He can't tell me what they said, obviously, but he wanted me to know they came. He said he's praying for our family. I haven't responded yet. I'm not sure what I'd say. I didn't die in a nursing home. I lived long enough to see my sons realize that greed is the worst kind of poverty. The question I keep asking myself is, did I do the right thing? Or did I become just as cruel as they were? What would you have done? They called me useless after I lost my job, so I showed my family how much they needed me. I'm a 49-year-old father, and my wife Linda, 47, and my two sons, Derek, 26, and Jason, 23. Just learned that the useless man they mocked actually owned everything they had. I need to back up. I worked as an auto mechanic at Morrison's Auto Shop for 23 years, supported Linda and both boys their entire lives. Derek graduated college 4 years ago and works in sales but still lives at home. Jason dropped out of community college and works part-time at Best Buy. Neither of them pays rent. I never asked them to. I paid off the mortgage on our house 8 years ago, after years of pulling double shifts. The house is in my name only. I bought it before Linda and I got married with money from my parents' estate. Adding her name just never came up. 4 months ago, Morrison's shut down. The owner retired and didn't want to sell. I lost my job overnight with 2 weeks severance. I filed for unemployment immediately and started applying everywhere. But auto shops around here weren't hiring. Most were cutting staff, not adding it. Younger mechanics work cheaper. The first month, my family was supportive. Linda said to take my time. By month 2, things changed. She started making comments about whether I'd even applied anywhere that day. My sons started avoiding me, rolling their eyes when I talked about interviews. Month 3 was worse. I was applying to 6 or 7 places a week, getting interviews but no offers. One morning, Linda said maybe I should try retail, that pride won't pay the bills. Derek laughed and said Walmart's always hiring. The way they said it made me feel pathetic. Later that week, I heard Jason on speaker with his girlfriend saying I was basically retired now, living the dream while they work. I was in the next room. 2 weeks after that, I was in the garage organizing tools, my way of dealing with stress. The window was open and I heard voices from the kitchen. Linda was talking to Derek. She said she didn't know how much longer they could do this, that I'd been useless for months. Derek asked if she'd thought about what they talked about the house. Linda said maybe it was time to sell it and use the money for something useful. Derek said I wouldn't fight it, that I could barely look for a job without getting depressed. I just stood there, holding a wrench. My own wife and son were plotting to sell my house out from under me. That conversation was 11 days ago. 3 days after I overheard them, I came home early from a job interview I didn't get. There was a silver Lexus in the driveway I didn't recognize. I walked in through the side door and heard voices in the living room. Linda, Derek, and a woman I'd never seen before. I stayed in the hallway and listened. The woman was a realtor named Carol. She was giving them a market analysis, saying the house could sell for $425,000, maybe $450,000 with staging. Linda asked about the process and how long it takes. Carol said 60 to 90 days with a motivated seller. Then Derek asked what happens if there are complications with the owner. Carol said all owners on the deed have to sign, that it's non-negotiable. Linda told her it was only my name, but that I'm her husband, and she could probably handle the paperwork. She said I wasn't thinking clearly because I'm unemployed. I walked into the living room. They all froze. I told Carol she could leave. Linda tried to play it off, said they were just exploring options. I asked if she meant options for selling my house without telling me. Derek told me to calm down, that they were trying to help. Carol left fast. Once she was gone, Linda went on the offensive, said they were being proactive, that I'd been moping for months. Derek backed her up, said I wasn't the man I used to be and someone had to make decisions. Jason came home right in the middle of it and immediately took their side. He looked at me and said it wasn't personal, that I had my time and they should handle things now. All 3 of them standing there, looking at me like I was the problem. I didn't yell. I just said they were right. My time was over. Went to the bedroom and closed the door. That night I pulled every document I had. The mortgage papers showing paid in full, only my name. The original deed from before the marriage, bank statements, my pension paperwork. I realized they had no legal claim to anything,
The house was mine, bought with my inheritance before Linda and I even got engaged. The next morning I acted defeated, told them I was going out to look for work. Instead, I went to a real estate lawyer. Cost me $200 I couldn't afford, but he confirmed the house was 100% mine. I filed for legal separation that same day and listed the house with an agency 3 towns over. The listing went live within 48 hours at $439,000. For 2 weeks I pretended everything was normal, kept going to fake job interviews while I actually met with movers and storage companies. Linda and the boys started making plans, talking about apartments they'd get. They thought they'd see money from the sale. 16 days later, I got an offer for $445,000 cash. I accepted immediately and told no one. Closing day came and I signed the papers. Got a check for $438,000 after fees. I drove to the house one last time that afternoon while everyone was out. Did a final walkthrough and taped a note to the living room wall. You said I was useless. Let's see how useful you are without me. Left my key on the counter and locked the door behind me. New owners took possession in 48 hours. Linda came home first around 6. She found the note but didn't understand it at first. She tried calling me but my phone was disconnected. I'd gotten a new number that morning. She started looking around and realized all my stuff was gone. My clothes, my tools, everything. She called Derek in a panic. When he and Jason got home, they finally figured it out.
Derek tried calling the realtor Carol, but she hadn't heard anything. Linda checked the county records online and saw the house had already sold and closed. They had 2 days before the new owners moved in. They scrambled to find an apartment. Ended up in a 2-bedroom with Derek and Jason sharing a room. Linda started blowing up my old email with threats, then begging, then more threats. The boys posted on social media calling me a deadbeat who abandoned his family. I didn't respond to any of it. 3 weeks later, Linda filed for divorce. Her lawyer told her she had no claim to the house since it sold before she filed. She walked away with nothing but her personal stuff. I'm living 3 towns over now in a 1-bedroom above a bike shop. The owner, Mike, knew me from years ago and hired me part-time. I repair bikes and work on vintage motorcycles. It's enough to cover rent and bills. Nothing fancy, but it's peaceful. Nobody here knows about the divorce or what happened. I'm just the quiet mechanic who does good work. That was 6 months ago. Derek found me somehow through a mutual friend. Started sending emails about working things out and asking about the money. I delete them without reading past the subject line. Jason showed up at the shop once, but Mike told him to leave. Linda sent a letter through her lawyer offering to drop everything if I give her $50,000. I never responded. I'm working on a 1987 Harley right now, hands covered in grease. I feel more like myself than I have in months. The house money is invested and I'll be fine for years if I'm careful. Sometimes I think about my sons as kids, teaching them to change a tire or fix a bike chain. I wonder when they stopped seeing me as their father and started seeing me as a resource. They took my pride when I lost my job. I took back my life when I stopped letting them define my worth. They mocked me for being useless after retirement, so I let them live without my support. I'm a 61-year-old retired small business owner, and my 3 adult children, Marcus, 35, Diana, 32, and Kevin, 28, just tried to steal my life's work out from under me. I ran a hardware store for 35 years, built it from nothing with a small loan and worked 7 days a week for the first decade to make it profitable. That store paid for everything. Marcus's engineering degree, Diana's wedding that cost more than our first house, Kevin's law school, down payments on all 3 of their homes. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was steady, and it provided. 6 months ago, I finally retired and handed the day-to-day operations to Tom, my manager of 20 years. But I kept ownership. I figured I'd earned some rest, maybe even some gratitude.
Instead, the comments started. Small things at first. Marcus would joke about me getting forgetful. Diana would pat my hand and say I didn't understand modern business. Kevin started talking over me at family dinners like I wasn't even there. They'd exchange these looks whenever I spoke, like they were humoring a child. My wife Linda kept telling me they were just stressed with their own lives, but I knew something had shifted. They stopped asking my opinion about anything. Every conversation somehow turned to questions about my finances, the store's value, what my plans were for everything. 2 weeks ago, Linda insisted we have everyone over for Sunday dinner. Everything seemed normal until Marcus cleared his throat and gave Diana this pointed look. He said they needed to talk about the store. Then he just announced it, casual as anything, that they'd already contacted a real estate agent and had the place appraised. Listed for $450,000, should sell fast. I didn't understand at first. I told him I never agreed to sell anything. Diana jumped in saying I wasn't getting any younger, that they were helping me. Kevin said they'd already handled the paperwork, that it was easier this way. When I demanded to see these papers, Marcus pulled out business transfer forms and account access documents. The signature wasn't mine. It was close, but I've been signing my name for 61 years. I know what it looks like. I asked them directly if they'd forged my signature. They got defensive immediately. Said they did it for me, that I was too old to manage things, that they were protecting me. Marcus actually said the money could be put to better use because they had families to support. Diana said my generation doesn't understand investments. I looked at Linda. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Later that night, she told me it was just a store, not worth losing our children over. I laid in bed that night, and something inside me just broke. I'd given them everything, and they saw me as an obstacle to a payday. The next morning, I got up at 5 a.m. and made a list of every account, every asset, every connection. Then I called my lawyer. Over the next week, I worked quietly. My lawyer confirmed the forged documents were illegal, and my kids could face actual charges. I decided not to prosecute because they're still my children, but I used it as leverage to revoke everything they'd tried to do. First, I closed the joint savings account I'd kept for family emergencies. There was $75,000 in it. Turns out the kids had been pulling from it regularly without telling me. Marcus took $12,000 last month for home repairs. Diana used $8,000 for a vacation to Hawaii. Kevin took $5,000 for his daughter's private school tuition. None of them asked. They just took it. Then I met with Tom at the store. He'd worked with me for 20 years and knew the business inside and out. I told him I was transferring ownership to him as a gift, not a sale. He tried to refuse, but I insisted. My kids wanted to sell it to some chain store that would gut it. Tom would keep it alive. We had the papers drawn up, notarized, and filed within 72 hours. I changed all the business accounts and removed my kids as authorized contacts. The store wasn't mine anymore. It was Tom's, completely untouchable. After that, I went through everything else. Canceled credit cards where I'd added them as authorized users. Removed myself as co-signer on Marcus's mortgage refinance after paying it off first so he wouldn't default. Stopped the monthly $1,200 I'd been giving Diana for her kids' activities. Canceled the $800 check I sent Kevin for his office rent. Closed the investment account I'd been building for the grandkids and transferred it to a trust they couldn't access. It took them 11 days to notice. Marcus called first, furious, demanding to know why the store sale fell through. I told him there was no store to sell because I didn't own it anymore. He said I couldn't do that. I reminded him about the forged papers. Diana called next, crying about the joint account being closed and bills coming due. I told her she should have thought about that before trying to steal from me. Kevin tried being diplomatic, saying we could fix things. I said there was nothing to fix. They wanted me out of the picture, so now I was. Linda begged me to meet with all of them. I agreed to meet at the local diner because I wasn't having this conversation in my home. All three showed up looking panicked. Marcus demanded I reverse everything. I said no. Diana apologized but said they had families and needed my help. I told them they'd had my help for 35 years and thanked me by trying to rob me. Kevin threatened me with elder abuse claims. I actually laughed. Marcus lost it and said the money was supposed to be theirs eventually anyway. I told him eventually meant after I was dead, and apparently they couldn't even wait for that. The first month was quiet. No calls, no visits, no grandkids running through the house. Linda barely spoke to me and started sleeping in the guest room. But honestly, I felt more peaceful than I had in months. Then the cracks started showing. Marcus couldn't make his second mortgage payment without my help. His wife had to go back to work full-time, and they pulled the kids from expensive summer camp. He ended up selling his boat, the one he bragged about at every family gathering. Linda told me he was working weekends at a consulting firm now. Diana couldn't afford her kids' private lessons anymore without the monthly money I'd been sending. No more gymnastics, piano, or tutoring. She took a job at the local elementary school, her first real job in 8 years. Her husband picked up extra shifts. They canceled their annual vacation. Kevin had to move his law office to a cheaper space when the rent came due. Started taking smaller cases, more court-appointed work. I heard through Linda that his wife was furious, and their marriage was struggling. After 2 months, the apology attempts started. Texts asking if we could talk. Voicemails saying they needed to discuss things. Marcus showed up at my house unannounced, saying they were drowning. I told him he wasn't drowning, just swimming for the first time. Diana sent the grandkids over with a letter. That one hurt, but I held firm. Kevin tried threatening a competency hearing until my lawyer shut it down with one phone call. 3 months in, Linda gave me an ultimatum. Help them or lose her. I said they needed to learn, and I couldn't enable this anymore. She asked when punishment becomes cruelty. I asked when trying to steal from your father became acceptable. She moved out and went to stay with Diana temporarily. The house was truly empty after that. It's been 4 months now. I heard from Tom that Marcus came by the hardware store asking for a job. Tom hired him part-time on weekends. Diana's kids are in public school now, and she says they're actually happier. Kevin joined a small practice and stopped chasing big money cases. They're all still struggling, but they're working.
Actually working, not just expecting handouts. I live alone in this house now. Linda calls occasionally, but the conversations are stiff. The kids stopped asking for money. Last week, Marcus sent a text saying, "Thank you," that he thinks he understands now. Diana mailed a card saying they're learning to stand on their own, and she's sorry it took this. Kevin hasn't reached out. Pride won't let him. I sit in my workshop most evenings and wonder if I did the right thing. They're learning responsibility, but at what cost? The grandkids ask Linda when I'm coming back. She doesn't know what to tell them. Linda called this morning wanting to set up a family meeting. Said the kids have something they want to say. I told her I'd think about it. Been thinking about it all day. They said I was too old to understand business, so I let them drown in their own greed. I'm a 56-year-old man who spent the last 30 years building a construction company from nothing. My son Eric is 32, and his wife Amanda is 29. My wife passed away 8 years ago from cancer, and after that, I threw myself even harder into the business. It was all I had left besides Eric. About a year ago, Eric approached me with this whole pitch about how I deserved to rest, enjoy my retirement, spend time with my grandkids. He made it sound like he was doing me a favor. Said he and Amanda wanted to take over the day-to-day operations so I could finally relax. I thought it was sweet, honestly. I thought he cared. I need to explain how this all started, because the setup matters. 3 months earlier, I'd brought Eric into the business officially as VP of Operations. He'd worked summers for me in college, knew the basics, but I wanted to teach him the real stuff. How to bid jobs, manage crews, keep clients happy for decades. Amanda came on as our business development consultant. She had an MBA and kept talking about scaling and optimizing workflows. I didn't love the corporate speak, but I figured young people just talk differently about business now. The first warning sign came when I noticed client contracts being renegotiated without my signature. When I asked Eric about it, he said they were just updating terms to industry standard. Then employees started acting weird around me. My foreman of 15 years, Miguel, pulled me aside one day and asked if I was really planning to sell. I had no idea what he was talking about. Now, back to when things got real. It was a Tuesday morning, about 2 months after I'd officially stepped back to advisor status. I showed up at the office like I always did. Old habits die hard. And my keycard didn't work. I tried it 3 times. Nothing. I knocked on the glass door, and our receptionist looked terrified when she saw me. She buzzed me in, but wouldn't make eye contact. Eric was in my old office. Not his office. Mine. The one with the photos of my late wife and the blueprints from our first major project framed on the wall. "Dad, we need to talk," he said, not even standing up from behind my desk. "Why doesn't my card work? The board held an emergency meeting last night. We voted to remove you from daily operations entirely." I just stared at him. "What board?" "Eric, I own this company." "Owned, Dad. Past tense." He slid some papers across the desk. "When you transferred 51% to me last quarter, you gave up controlling interest. The board, me, Amanda, and our 3 new investors, decided you're too emotionally attached to the old way of doing things. You're holding us back." That's when Amanda walked in, carrying a box of my stuff from the office. My wife's photo was just thrown in there with random files and my coffee mug. "You should be thanking us," she said, actually smiling. "We're modernizing your mess. Half your contracts were underpriced because you're friends with these people. That's not how real business works." I felt something break inside me, but I kept my face blank. "So that's it? I'm out?" "You'll still get a small consulting fee," Eric said. "Be reasonable, Dad. You're 56 years old. You don't understand modern business practices, digital project management, any of it. This is better for everyone." I looked at my son, this kid I'd taught to swing a hammer, who I'd sent to college, who I'd trusted with everything, and I just nodded. "Okay." "Okay?" Amanda looked surprised. "Yeah, okay. You're right. I'm old. I'm tired. You win." I took the box and walked out. Everyone thought I was broken. Miguel tried to follow me to the parking lot, but I waved him off. What Eric didn't know, what nobody knew except my late wife and our old lawyer, was that I wasn't stupid. When I'd first started the company 28 years ago, I'd created a separate LLC that owned all the major equipment and the land our main storage facility sat on. The company leased everything from this LLC on a long-term contract. It was a tax strategy my wife had insisted on, and after she died, I'd kept it that way in her memory. The LLC was still in my name, only my name, and those lease payments were due the 1st of every month. I went home and didn't answer Eric's calls for 3 days. When I finally picked up, he was cheerful, asking if I wanted to come to Sunday dinner with the grandkids. Like nothing had happened.
like he hadn't just stolen my life's work. "Sure," I said. "I'd love that." I played the part of the defeated old man for exactly 6 weeks. Showed up for family dinners, smiled at the grandkids, asked polite questions about how the business was going. Eric loved it. He'd brag about landing new contracts, cutting costs, streamlining operations. Amanda would smirk at me across the table. During this time, I was watching, and what I saw was a disaster in slow motion. Eric had fired Miguel and 2 other senior guys who'd questioned his decisions. He'd lowered our rates to undercut competitors and win bids, not understanding that those rates barely covered costs. Amanda had convinced him to take out a major loan to buy new equipment they didn't need, because they were leasing perfectly good stuff from my LLC. They were burning through cash trying to look successful. The first of the month came. The lease payment from the company to my LLC was due, about $47,000 for all the equipment and land use. It was set up as an automatic transfer, but I'd quietly changed the account details 2 weeks earlier. The payment bounced. I waited exactly 72 hours, which was the grace period in the contract. Then I sent a formal notice of default to the company, to Eric's business email, and to the registered business address. He called me that night, confused. "Dad, there's some weird notice about the equipment leases?" "I think it's a scam email." "It's not a scam. The company missed a payment to my LLC." Long silence. "Your what?" "The LLC that owns the bulldozers, the cranes, the excavators, the dump trucks, and the land you're storing everything on. You know, about 70% of the company's operational assets. You missed a payment, so per the contract, I'm exercising my right to reclaim the equipment." "Dad, this isn't funny." "I'm not joking. Check the original contracts. Your lawyer should have caught this during the transition, but I guess Amanda's MBA program didn't cover due diligence." I could hear him panicking, papers rustling. "You can't do this. We have active jobs, we have commitments. You have 48 hours to vacate my equipment from my property. After that, I'm hiring a removal company and billing you for it." He started yelling, then crying. Then Amanda got on the phone, screaming about how I was sabotaging them, how I was a bitter old man who couldn't handle change. I hung up. 48 hours later, my equipment was still on the site. They'd tried to get an emergency court injunction, but the contract was airtight. My wife had made sure of that decades ago. The judge took one look at it and dismissed their petition. I hired a removal company. By the end of that week, every piece of major equipment was gone. Then I made a call to Robert Chen, a guy I'd known for 30 years. He ran a mid-size construction company about an hour north. We'd always been friendly competitors, the kind who'd grab beers at industry events and complain about regulations together. "Robert, I've got some equipment to sell. Top condition, well-maintained. You interested?" We met for coffee. I told him everything, not because I wanted sympathy, but because I wanted him to understand what he was buying into. Robert's a good man. He paid me fair market value for the equipment, which was about $890,000. More importantly, he hired me as a consultant for his company. "I need someone who knows the local market," he said. "And honestly, your son burning bridges with half our suppliers is creating opportunities. If you're willing to help me win some of those contracts back, I'd be honored to work with you." Eric's company collapsed in less than 2 months. Without the equipment, they couldn't fulfill their contracts. Clients sued for breach. The loan Amanda had taken out came due. Their 3 investors pulled out when they realized the company's assets were essentially worthless without the leased equipment. I heard through Miguel, who Robert had hired immediately, that Eric had to declare bankruptcy. The house they'd just bought, the new cars, All of it went to pay debts. Eric showed up at my door on a Saturday morning about 3 months after everything fell apart. He looked terrible. 20 pounds lighter, unshaven, exhausted. "Dad, please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't understand. I thought I was doing the right thing. Amanda, she convinced me that—" "Where is Amanda?" I asked. He looked at the ground. "She filed for divorce last month, moved back to her parents' place in Arizona." I almost felt bad for him. Almost. "Eric, you didn't just make a business mistake. You looked me in the eye and told me I was too old, too stupid, too emotional to run the company I built. You took the thing your mother and I created together and tried to erase me from it. I know, I was wrong. You didn't just betray me as a business partner. You betrayed me as your father. You want to know the thing that hurt the most? Not the company. The way you smiled while you did it. The way Amanda sneered at me with my wife's photo in her hands." He was crying now. "I'll do anything. I need help. The kids are fine. I've set up college funds for both of them. They'll never know what you tried to do. But you wanted me out of the business. Now you know what that really means." I didn't slam the door in his face. I just closed it quietly and went back to my coffee. A few weeks later, I did something that I think would have made my wife proud. I took a chunk of the money from the equipment sale, about $200,000, and set up a scholarship fund for kids who want to learn trades. Construction, electrical, plumbing, carpentry. The kind of work that built this country. The kind of work that built my company. Miguel helps me run it. We partner with local community colleges and trade schools. Last month, we gave out our first 10 scholarships. One of the kids, a 19-year-old whose dad was deported when he was 12, reminded me so much of myself at that age. Hungry, hardworking, just needed someone to give him a shot. I'm doing consulting 3 days a week for Robert's company. The other days, I spend with my grandkids, on my terms, when Eric drops them off and picks them up from my house. We're civil now, barely. He's working as a project manager for a small residential contractor, making about a quarter of what he used to. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just let it go, been the bigger man, forgiven him and helped him rebuild. Then I remember the look on his face when he told me I was too old to understand business. And I remember that some lessons can only be learned the hard way. The scholarship fund is growing. We're planning to double the number of recipients next year. Miguel thinks we should expand into mentorship programs too. Pair the kids with experienced tradespeople who can show them the ropes. My wife used to say that the best revenge is a life well lived. I don't know if what I did counts as revenge or justice or just consequence. But I do know that every time one of these kids thanks me for the opportunity, every time I see them learning something real and useful, I feel like I'm building something again. Something that no one can vote me out of. What I still don't know is whether Eric will ever truly understand what he destroyed, or if he just regrets getting caught. He sends me cards on Father's Day and my birthday now, always with the same message. I'm sorry. I love you. But he's never once asked me what it felt like to be erased from my own legacy by my own son. So here's what I can't stop thinking about. Do I owe him forgiveness just because he's my blood? Or did he forfeit that right the moment he chose greed over family? They said I was too old to understand business, so I let my own kids go broke without me. I'm a 52-year-old woman who spent the last 23 years building a family restaurant from nothing. My late husband Robert and I started it when I was 29, just a small Italian place serving my grandmother's recipes. Nothing fancy, just good food and fair prices. We had regulars who came every week, people who knew us by name. Robert died 4 years ago from a heart attack. I kept the place running because it was all I had left of him, and because I didn't know how to do anything else. My son Marcus is 28 now.
He started working full-time at the restaurant after his dad died, and I was grateful for the help. 3 years ago, he married Stephanie, who has a business degree and always talked about growth strategies and market positioning. I liked her energy at first. I thought she'd be good for the business. 6 months ago, Marcus told me he wanted to modernize the restaurant. I was proud, honestly. I thought he was finally taking real interest in the family legacy. He started small with menu suggestions and talk about social media marketing. Stephanie took over the paperwork and administrative stuff. I didn't think much of it. I trusted them. 2 months ago, Mr. Chen, our produce supplier and a friend for over 15 years, asked me why the business registration had changed. I had no idea what he was talking about. When I asked Marcus about it, he brushed it off, said it was just for tax purposes, nothing to worry about. But something felt wrong. Then a month ago, I got mail from the city about our business license renewal. That's when I saw it. The license only had Marcus and Stephanie's names on it. I wasn't listed anywhere. I confronted them that night after we closed. They told me I was overreacting, that I still owned the restaurant, just not on paper. When I demanded to see the actual documents, they got defensive and told me I was being paranoid. The next day I went to my lawyer friend. He confirmed it. I had zero legal ownership. They'd completely transferred the business out of my name. I don't even know how they did it, if they forged something or used an old power of attorney from when Robert was sick. I went back to the restaurant and demanded a real explanation. That's when Marcus got cold. He looked at me and said, "You wouldn't understand modern business, Mom." Stephanie added that I was holding them back, that customers wanted innovation, not old lady cooking. They offered to let me stay on as a part-time consultant. 3 days later, they called a staff meeting. In front of our other 2 employees, they fired me, said my management style was outdated and I was making customers uncomfortable. They gave me 1 week to clear out my personal items from my own restaurant. I didn't cry. I didn't beg. I just nodded, smiled, and started planning. That was 4 weeks ago. This is what I did next. The week after they fired me, I made phone calls. I called Mr. Chen, our produce supplier, then Maria, who supplied our meat for 15 years, then Tony, our dry goods guy who came to Robert's funeral. I told them what happened. They were furious on my behalf, but I asked them to stay quiet. I had a plan. Here's the thing Marcus didn't realize. I never wrote down the full recipes. I taught him the basics over the years, but I kept the real details to myself. Not on purpose, just how my grandmother taught me. The timing, the exact ratios, the little techniques that make the difference. He could make the dishes, but they wouldn't taste right. And Stephanie had been pushing to simplify everything anyway, so that made it easier. 2 weeks after they kicked me out, I found a small space for rent 2 blocks away. It was a former sandwich shop that needed work, but the rent was cheap. I used my savings and got a small loan from my cousin. I signed the lease under the name Nora's Kitchen. The 3rd week, I renovated and prepped. My suppliers gave me flexible payment terms out of loyalty. Rosa, one of the employees Marcus had pushed out a month before me, reached out and asked to join. She became my co-manager. Word spread quietly through the regulars. I opened on a Thursday with no announcement, just word of mouth. Mrs. Patterson, who's 80 and had been coming to us for 2 decades, was one of my first customers. She cried when she tasted the lasagna, said it was how it was supposed to taste, that she hadn't had the real version in months. By 6 that evening, there was a line out the door. Meanwhile, Marcus launched his rebrand. Modernist Kitchen and Bar. Deconstructed Italian, small plates, high prices. Heavy on Instagram. The first week, he got decent traffic from social media curiosity. By week 2, the regulars stopped coming. Week 3, negative reviews started appearing. Week 4, I heard through the suppliers that he was struggling but blaming it on a seasonal slump.
I avoided him completely. Then Rosa told me Stephanie came into my restaurant to scout it out. She saw the crowd and left without ordering. 2 days later, Marcus showed up at my closing time. Wanted to talk business. I told him I was busy. He got angry, said I was sabotaging them on purpose. I told him I was just running my restaurant and he was running his. By the second month, their place was clearly failing. Staff quitting, suppliers demanding cash up front, no money for rent. Marcus showed up during my lunch rush and caused a scene. Accused me of stealing his customers and poisoning suppliers against him. I took him outside. He said we were family and I was supposed to help them. I reminded him that he told me I was too old to understand business. He admitted he was wrong and begged me to come back, or at least give them a loan. I looked at him and said, "You didn't just take my business, you erased me. You can't undo that." He left. I went back inside and served the lunch rush.
It was a good day. It's been 6 months since their restaurant closed. Marcus and Stephanie lost everything and had to move in with her parents. He's working as a delivery driver now. We haven't really spoken since that day outside my restaurant. Nora's kitchen is doing well. Not making a fortune, but it's steady and comfortable. I hired 2 more staff members and gave Rosa a 20% partnership stake. We're not trying to be anything we're not. Just good food, fair prices, regulars who feel like family. But here's what nobody tells you about winning. It doesn't feel like I thought it would. My son and I don't speak. He has 2 kids, 3 and 5, and I barely see them. Stephanie's family blames me for not helping when they were struggling. Some people in the neighborhood think I was petty. The victory feels hollow most days. 2 weeks ago, Marcus showed up with the kids. Didn't ask for money this time, just sat down, ordered food, and paid full price. The kids didn't recognize me at first, which hurt more than I expected. After they ate, he asked if we could talk. He apologized, said he convinced himself I was holding him back, but he was wrong. Then he asked if he could work for me. Not as a partner, as a line cook. Said he needed to learn the right way, from the beginning. I didn't answer him. Told him I needed time to think. I found out later from Rosa that Stephanie filed for divorce the week before. Couldn't handle the financial stress and blamed Marcus for everything. Called it his failure for listening to his mother's manipulation. So now he's a single father, struggling to make ends meet. Part of me wants to help. He's my son. Those kids need stability. But part of me knows the trust is gone forever. And part of me resents that he only came back after losing everything. I miss my son, but I don't know if I can work with him again. People keep giving me advice. Some customers think I should forgive him because family is family. Others think he doesn't deserve a second chance. Mr. Chen told me only I know what I can live with. Rosa said not to let guilt make my decision. This morning, I was at the restaurant early, looking at old photos from the original opening. There's one of me, Robert, and little Marcus on our first day. I built that place to pass down to him. But I can't force someone to want what I wanted. Marcus was supposed to come by today for my answer, but he called this morning. One of the kids is sick, needed to take her to the doctor. I offered to help with the appointment. He sounded surprised but grateful. We hung up without mentioning the job. Maybe I'm punishing him. Maybe I'm protecting myself. Probably both. Robert would know what to do. He always did. But I'm alone in this decision, and honestly, I don't know what the right answer is. I thought revenge would feel better than this. Winning my restaurant back didn't bring my son back. They said I was too old to run the family business, so I let it burn without me. I'm a 54-year-old mother, and for 20 years I poured my soul into building our family catering company with my younger brother Mark, 48, and his wife Diana, 45. We started in my home kitchen in our small coastal town, where everyone knows everyone, and your reputation is everything.
My late husband Tom and I created the original recipes that made us famous. His grandmother's crab cakes, my twist on traditional wedding cake flavors, his secret seasoning blend for the prime rib. We built something real, something that mattered. Mark came on board 5 years in when he needed work, and Diana joined a few years after they got married. For most of those 20 years, things were good. We each had our roles. I handled the clients and recipes. Mark managed logistics. Diana did the books. We weren't rich, but we were stable, respected, and booked solid every wedding season. Then Tom died 3 years ago. Heart attack at 52, gone in an instant. I took 2 weeks off. When I came back, something had shifted. Mark started making comments about how I seemed tired, and maybe I should take it easy. Diana suggested I might want to step back from the stressful parts. I ignored it at first because grief makes you question everything about yourself anyway. But then they started holding meetings without me, making menu decisions I'd find out about from the kitchen staff, hiring new people I'd never interviewed. When I pushed back, Mark would put his hand on my shoulder and say, "You're not thinking clearly right now. Let us handle this." 6 months after Tom's funeral, I showed up to the office we rented above the hardware store downtown and found my desk empty. Not cleaned out, empty. Like I'd never existed there. Mark was sitting in my chair. "We need to talk," he said, and Diana stood behind him with her arms crossed. They told me it was time to retire gracefully. That I'd built something beautiful, but it was their turn now. That the business would always honor my legacy. I was too shocked to fight. I just left. The next week, I went to the bank to check our business account and discovered my name had been removed. I called our lawyer, the one who'd filed our original LLC paperwork, and he seemed confused. He said he'd received updated documents signed by all 3 partners transferring full ownership to Mark and Diana. But I never signed anything. I went to his office and he showed me the papers. That was my signature, but I'd never seen those documents in my life. The date on them was from 2 months earlier, when I'd been at a weekend catering event 3 hours away. I had the hotel receipt to prove it. They'd forged my signature. That night, I went to the storage unit where we kept old supplies and files. I wanted Tom's recipe books, the original handwritten ones we'd started with. The unit was cleaned out. Everything gone. 20 years of memories, of Tom's handwriting, of our beginning, erased. I called Mark. "Where are Tom's recipe books?" "Oh, those old things? We tossed them during the reorg. We're doing modern fusion now, remember? Nobody wants grandma food anymore." I hung up and cried until my throat was raw and the sun came up. Then I stopped crying and started thinking. I didn't tell anyone what I was planning. Not my kids, not my friends, nobody. In a small town like ours, word travels fast, and I needed silence. First, I went to see Margaret Chen, Tom's old friend who'd become a lawyer specializing in small business disputes. I showed her everything, the forged documents, my bank records proving I'd built the business, emails showing Mark and Diana had locked me out systematically. "You have a strong case," Margaret said. "We could sue, probably win." "How long would it take?" 2 years, maybe more, and it'll get ugly. Small town, family business. Mud gets thrown everywhere. I thought about standing in front of a judge, airing our dirty laundry while the whole town watched. Thought about Mark's kids, my niece and nephew, caught in the middle. Thought about how everyone loved Mark's fresh vision for the company, and how I'd look like the bitter older sister who couldn't let go. "What if I just walked away?" I asked. Margaret looked at me for a long moment. "Then they win." I smiled. Maybe. 3 weeks later, I registered a new LLC under a different name, Coastal Traditions Catering. I used my maiden name, Walsh, instead of my married name that everyone associated with the old business. I filed it 2 counties over, kept it quiet. Then I went to my storage shed at home, the one Mark didn't know about, and pulled out copies of everything. Tom and I had always kept duplicates of his recipe books. I'd hidden them after the funeral because they were too precious to risk losing. I had everything. The original crab cake recipe with Tom's notes in the margins. The prime rib seasoning blend his grandfather taught him. Every single traditional dish that had made us famous before Mark decided modern fusion was the answer. The dishes they'd abandoned because they weren't trendy enough. I started small. Reached out to Sarah Mitchell, one of our oldest clients whose daughter was getting married. Sarah had been calling the old company for weeks trying to book a tasting and kept getting rescheduled. "Sarah, this is awkward, but I've started my own small catering operation. I know you love Tom's crab cakes. I still make them the original way." She booked me that day. Then I called Robert and June Thornton, whose son's wedding Mark's company had botched 6 months earlier. Wrong meal temps, missing appetizers, the works. "I heard what happened at Connor's wedding. I'm so sorry. If you know anyone else getting married, I'm doing intimate catering now. Small events, personal attention, traditional coastal cuisine." They referred me to 3 couples. I kept my pricing just under what Mark was charging. Not drastically, just enough that when people compared quotes, mine looked like better value. And I added something Mark's modernized version had lost: personal consultations. I'd spend 2 hours with couples, understanding their vision, sharing Tom's stories, making them feel like family. Word spread the way it does in small towns, but quietly, because I asked every client to keep it low-key. I'm not trying to compete with the big places. This is just me, keeping my husband's memory alive with small, special events. By month 3, I was booking every weekend. By month 6, I had a waiting list. Mark's company started slipping. I heard through the grapevine that they were getting complaints about quality. Then I heard they'd lost the Ferguson wedding, the biggest event of the summer season, because the bride's mother had tried their fusion menu and said it lacked soul. That bride's mother called me instead. Mark showed up at my house 8 months after I'd started. Diana was in the car, not getting out. He looked tired. "I need to talk to you," he said. "Come in." We sat at my kitchen table, the same table where Tom and I had tested those first recipes 20 years ago. "Business is struggling," Mark said. "Bookings are down 40%. I don't know what's happening." I waited. "Diana thinks we should sell, cut our losses. But this is our family legacy, you know. I thought, maybe you'd want to come back. Help us figure out what went wrong." I looked at my baby brother, the one I'd given a job when he needed it, the one who'd erased me from my own dream. "Mark, you told me I was done. You said nobody wanted grandma food. You threw away Tom's recipe books." I know, that was stupid. I'm sorry. But we're family. Can't we fix this?" I poured him coffee, let him sit there, hoping. "Tell me something," I said. "Did you ever actually look at the forged documents, or did Diana handle all that?" His face went white. "What are you talking about?" "The ownership transfer papers, with my signature that I never signed. The ones dated when I was 3 hours away at the Morrison anniversary party." He couldn't look at me. "Diana said you'd agreed, that you'd signed them and just forgot because you were grieving. She said it was all legal." "And you believed her? You didn't think to ask me yourself?" Silence. "I started a new company, Mark, 8 months ago. I'm using Tom's original recipes, the ones you trashed. I'm working with the clients you couldn't be bothered to take care of. and I'm booked solid through next summer. He stared at me. You're the competition? The Walsh catering that everyone's talking about? Coastal traditions, but yes. You sabotaged us. I laughed. Actually laughed. No, Mark. You sabotaged yourselves. You pushed out the person who built the relationships, who knew the recipes, who understood what people in this town actually wanted. I didn't have to do anything except exist and do good work. So you won't help us. I sipped my coffee. Here's what I'll do. I'll buy your client list and your equipment for $15,000. That should cover most of your debts. You and Diana can walk away clean and start over somewhere else. 15,000? The business is worth nothing. It's worth nothing, Mark. You have no bookings, no reputation, and you're hemorrhaging money on a commercial kitchen lease you can't afford. I'm offering you a way out. He left without taking the offer. Too proud. 3 months later, they declared bankruptcy. I bought their equipment at auction for $8,000. Didn't need most of it, but I wanted Tom's old commercial mixer, the one we'd bought together when we first expanded. Now it's been a full year since I started Coastal Traditions. I run it with 2 part-time helpers, both older women who were let go when Mark modernized. We do maybe a third of the volume the old company did at its peak, but our margins are better, and nobody's working themselves to death. Tom's recipe books are framed on my office wall. Every client who comes in hears the story of how we started, how he'd test seasonings 50 times until they were perfect, how we built something with love. Mark moved 2 towns over. He's managing a chain restaurant now. Diana left him 6 months after the bankruptcy. Apparently, the stress was too much for their marriage. My niece called me last week. She's getting married next summer and wants to book me for the wedding. Says she always loved Uncle Tom's crab cakes and wants them at her reception. She didn't mention her father. I said yes, of course. Sometimes I lie awake wondering if I was too harsh, if I should have warned Mark what I was doing, given him a chance to compete fairly. If letting his business crumble while I watched makes me as bad as him. But then I remember walking into my empty office. Remember his voice saying, "Nobody wants grandma food." Remember Tom's recipe books in a dumpster somewhere. And I sleep fine. Was I cruel for letting my brother's livelihood crumble? Or was this just the justice he earned when he erased me from my own dream? What my daughters didn't know when they sold my house behind my back. I'm a 58-year-old widowed father, and I need to tell you what my daughters Rebecca, 32, and Michelle, 29, did to me. I spent 30 years as a carpenter, building homes for other people, but the one I'm proudest of is the house I built for my late wife Sarah and our family. Every beam, every window frame, every floorboard, I put it there with my own hands. Sarah died 2 years ago. Breast cancer. It was brutal. And yeah, I wasn't doing great afterward. I'll admit that. I stopped shaving regularly, let the lawn get overgrown, forgot to eat sometimes. My daughters noticed. They started coming around more often, which I appreciated at first. They'd bring groceries, help with laundry, sit with me on the porch. It felt good to not be alone. About 6 months after Sarah passed, Rebecca sat me down at my kitchen table with this serious look on her face. She said they were worried about me. Bills were piling up, she claimed. I was forgetting to pay things. I insisted I was fine, but she pulled out some overdue notices: electric, water, credit card. I didn't remember seeing those. She suggested they help manage my finances, just temporarily, until I got back on my feet. Michelle nodded along, holding my hand, saying it was what Mom would have wanted.
I trusted them. These are my daughters. I raised them to be strong, independent women. So I signed some papers. Bank access, they said, just so they could help pay bills online. That was 8 months ago. Things got weird slowly. First, I stopped getting mail. When I asked about it, Rebecca said she'd set up mail forwarding to her place so she could sort through it for me, handle the important stuff. Then I noticed charges on my credit card I didn't recognize. When I brought it up, Michelle got defensive, said it was for things I needed but forgot I'd asked for. My friends from the carpentry union stopped getting through when they called. My daughters had changed my phone plan and given me a new number to stop scammers. I started feeling like a stranger in my own life. Every time I questioned something, they'd exchange these looks, like I was being difficult. They started talking about me in third person while I was sitting right there. Dad's having a hard time remembering things. We need to make sure Dad doesn't get confused. I'm 58, not 88. I'm not confused. 3 months ago, I woke up to find Rebecca and Michelle in my living room with a woman I'd never met. Professional looking, holding a folder. Rebecca introduced her as Diane, a care advisor. They wanted to discuss my options. That's when they told me they thought I needed more support, maybe a change of environment, somewhere with medical staff nearby. Assisted living, they called it. I lost it. I told them to get out. I didn't need assisted living. I built this house with my bare hands. I wasn't leaving. They left, but I could see it in their eyes. They weren't done. 2 weeks later, I was in the garage working on a rocking chair, same kind I'd made for Sarah when she was pregnant with Rebecca. It was early morning, around 8. I heard a knock on the front door. When I opened it, there was a man in a suit, mid-40s, holding a briefcase. "Mr. Patterson? I'm David Chen from Riverside Realty. I'm here about the closing paperwork." I stared at him. "What closing?" He looked confused. "The house sale? We're set to close in 2 weeks. I just need your signature on a few final documents." My blood went cold. I didn't sell my house. He pulled out papers. There it was, contract for sale, signed and dated, my signature at the bottom. Except I never signed it. The buyer was some LLC I'd never heard of. Sale price was listed at $340,000. My house was worth at least $500,000, maybe more. I told him there was a mistake. He got uncomfortable, made some calls, left saying he'd be in touch. I called Rebecca immediately. She didn't answer. I called Michelle. Voicemail. I called again, and again. Finally, Rebecca called back that evening. "Dad, we need to talk. Can we come over?" They showed up an hour later, both of them, sitting on my couch like this was an intervention. Michelle was crying before anyone said anything. Rebecca did most of the talking. They had power of attorney, she said. They'd gotten it months ago, when I signed those papers to help with bills. And yes, they'd sold the house. The money was going into a trust for my long-term care. The facility they'd found was really nice, meals included, activities, medical staff on site. They'd already put down a deposit. "You did what?" I couldn't breathe right. Michelle grabbed my hand. "Dad, you can't take care of yourself here anymore. The house is too big. You're not safe." "I'm perfectly safe. This is my home." Rebecca's voice got harder. "The sale is already in process. We're doing this for you, whether you understand that or not." That's when I realized. They weren't asking. They'd already decided. In their minds, I was already gone. Just some confused old man who needed to be managed. "Get out of my house," I said quietly. "Dad, get out." They left. Rebecca looked back at the door with this expression that I'll never forget. Not guilt, not sadness. Pity. She pitied me. I sat in that house for 3 hours trying to figure out what to do. I called a lawyer the next morning,
But he said if the power of attorney documents were legitimate, there might not be much I could do. He'd need to review everything, and that would take time I didn't have. The next week, Rebecca and Michelle showed up with movers. They'd rented a storage unit for my things. The new owners wanted to move in right after closing. They were packing up my life, and everyone in the neighborhood was watching. Mrs.
Chen from next door brought me cookies and told me how lucky I was to have such caring daughters. Mr. Patel said his kids never visited, and I should be grateful. No one believed me when I tried to explain. They all saw what my daughters wanted them to see: a confused old widower being helped by his loving children. The facility was called Meadowbrook. Nice name for a prison. It wasn't terrible, objectively speaking. Clean rooms, decent food, activities like bingo and movie nights. But I didn't belong there. The other residents were in their 70s and 80s, most with actual medical needs. I was the youngest person there by at least 15 years. I had my own room, but it was tiny, maybe 300 square feet. Everything I owned was crammed into a storage unit across town. My daughters visited once a week at first, bringing magazines and telling me about their lives like nothing had happened, like they hadn't just stolen everything from me. They'd paid off my debts with the house money, they said. Put the rest in an account for my care. Weren't they good daughters? I played along. What choice did I have? But here's what they didn't know. I wasn't as helpless as they thought, and I wasn't going to just accept this. I still had friends, real friends. Jimmy Reeves was one of them. We'd worked together for 20 years before I retired. He also happened to be married to Linda Reeves, a lawyer who specialized in elder law. When Jimmy visited me the second week I was there, I asked him if Linda could help. She came to see me the following Tuesday. We met in the facility's visiting room, and I laid out everything. The forged signatures, the power of attorney I didn't remember signing, the undervalued house sale. She listened, took notes, didn't treat me like I was crazy. "This is elder abuse," she said. "Financial exploitation. If we can prove the signatures were forged or that you were coerced, we can undo this. But we'll need evidence." I had some. I'd kept copies of old bills showing my accounts were fine before the girls took over. I had emails from Rebecca discussing the house sale before it allegedly happened. And I had my memory. I knew I never signed power of attorney documents, and I definitely never agreed to sell my house. Linda filed a motion to freeze the assets from the house sale. It took 3 weeks, but a judge agreed to a temporary hold pending investigation. Rebecca called me that night, furious. "What did you do?" "I got a lawyer." "Dad, this is ridiculous. We're trying to help you." "You stole my house." "We saved you from yourself. You couldn't handle things. You were drowning." I was grieving. That's not the same thing as being incompetent. She hung up. Michelle called the next day, crying, begging me to drop it. Said I was tearing the family apart. I told her they'd already done that. The investigation took 4 months. During that time, Linda dug into everything: bank records, the power of attorney documents, the sale contract. She found irregularities. The signature on the POA didn't quite match my actual signature. The house had been appraised for $480,000 just a year before Sarah died, but sold for $340,000. And most damning, Rebecca had transferred $95,000 to her own account 2 weeks after the sale, claiming it was reimbursement for care expenses. Michelle had taken $63,000. They'd planned to pocket over $150,000 while putting me in a facility that cost $3,200 a month. The math didn't add up. I spent those 4 months being the model resident at Meadowbrook. Pleasant, cooperative, mentally sharp. The staff loved me. I helped fix broken furniture, taught a woodworking class, played cards with the other residents.
When my daughter's lawyer tried to claim I was incompetent, the facility's own medical staff testified that I was one of the most capable residents they had. The real breakthrough came when Linda got access to my medical records.
Rebecca had told the court I was showing signs of dementia, but my doctor, the same one I'd seen for 15 years, had no records of any cognitive decline. In fact, my last checkup had been completely normal. Rebecca had lied. In month 5, the judge ruled, the power of attorney was declared invalid due to irregularities and lack of informed consent. The house sale was voided because I'd never legally authorized it. The buyers were pissed, but they got their money back. And here's the beautiful part. Because Rebecca and Michelle had already spent some of the money, they had to liquidate their own assets to return what they'd taken. Rebecca had to sell her condo. Michelle borrowed against her 401k. The criminal charges came next. Linda worked with the district attorney's office. Elder abuse, fraud, forgery. I was there when the police showed up at Rebecca's apartment. I wasn't supposed to be. Linda said it wasn't a good idea, but I needed to see it. Rebecca opened the door in her pajamas, coffee in hand. When she saw the officers, her face went white. They read her rights while I stood there on the sidewalk, watching. She looked over the officer's shoulder and saw me. The expression on her face, shock, betrayal, fury. It mirrored exactly how I'd felt that day the realtor knocked on my door. Michelle turned herself in when she found out. They both made bail. Their lawyers reached out about a plea deal. The criminal cases took almost a year to resolve. Both daughters pleaded guilty to reduced charges. Rebecca got 2 years probation and 200 hours community service. Michelle got 1 year probation. They had to pay restitution for all legal fees and the money they'd taken. Their records would show convictions for financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. But the real punishment, I think, was everyone knowing what they'd done. Our neighborhood, our church, our extended family, they all found out. The daughters who'd been praised for taking care of their poor father had actually robbed him. Mrs. Chen stopped baking them cookies. Rebecca lost friends. Michelle's husband nearly left her over it. I moved back into my house. It needed work after sitting empty for nearly a year, but I didn't mind. Gave me something to do. I replanted Sarah's rose bushes, fixed the fence, repainted the porch, made it feel like home again. With the recovered money and some of my savings, I bought a small piece of land up near Crystal Lake, the same lake where Sarah and I used to go when we were dating. I spent last summer building a cabin there. Nothing fancy, just 2 rooms and a porch. But it's mine. Every nail, every board, every shingle. When I'm there, I can almost feel Sarah sitting next to me, watching the sunset over the water. My daughters tried to apologize. Rebecca sent a long letter about 6 months after everything was finalized. She said they'd been scared, that they'd watched me fall apart after Mom died and thought they were helping. They convinced themselves I couldn't handle things alone. The money was supposed to be for my care, she claimed. They just got confused about boundaries. Michelle showed up at my door about 2 months ago, crying. Said she was sorry, that she never meant to hurt me, that she missed me. She'd just had a baby, my first grandchild, a little girl named Sarah. Michelle wanted me to meet her, wanted me to be a grandfather. I told her I forgave them. I meant it. Carrying around anger like that eats you alive, and I've already lost too much time to grief and pain. But forgiveness doesn't mean things go back to how they were. I had my lawyer draw up a new will. Neither Rebecca nor Michelle are in it. The house goes to a charity that helps build homes for veterans. The lake property goes to Jimmy's son, who's learning carpentry and reminds me of myself at his age. There's a trust for my granddaughter's education, but it's controlled by an independent trustee, not her mother. My daughters still call sometimes, Michelle more than Rebecca. I answer about half the time. We have polite conversations, surface-level stuff. But they're not invited to the lake house. They don't have keys to my home anymore. They're not listed as emergency contacts. I changed all my passwords, my bank accounts, everything. I see my granddaughter sometimes, supervised visits at a neutral location, usually with Michelle's husband present. She's beautiful, has Sarah's eyes. It breaks my heart a little every time because I should be the grandfather who builds her a swing set and teaches her how to use a hammer. But I can't trust her mother, and that changes everything. The thing is, I don't know if I did the right thing. I destroyed my daughter's reputations, cost them thousands of dollars, put them through the legal system. They lost friends, status, dignity. Rebecca hasn't spoken to me in 8 months. Michelle only calls when she wants something, usually related to the baby. But they were going to put me away like I was already dead. They were going to take everything I'd built, everything Sarah and I had created together, and they were going to profit from it, while I rotted in some facility. They treated me like I was nothing, like I was already gone. People tell me I should let it go now, move on, be a family again. But how do you rebuild trust after something like that? How do you forget that your own children, the people you raised, sacrificed for, loved more than anything, saw you as a problem to be solved, an asset to be liquidated? I'm at the lake right now, sitting on the porch I built, drinking coffee as the sun comes up. It's peaceful here, quiet. No one treats me like I'm incapable or broken. I'm just a man who outlived his wife and got betrayed by his kids, but somehow managed to claw his way back to dignity. Was I wrong for pressing charges and cutting them out of my will? They say they were trying to help, but the evidence showed they were stealing. They say I've ruined their lives, but I'm the one who lost my home and my family in one move. Maybe some part of me went too far. Maybe I should have stopped at getting my house back. Maybe the criminal charges and the will were about revenge more than justice. Or maybe this was the only way to prove that I'm not helpless, that I'm not their fool, that being old and grieving doesn't mean you can be discarded like broken furniture. I honestly don't know anymore. All I know is that I'm 58 years old, sitting in a cabin I built with my own hands, and I'm alone. My wife is dead. My daughters are strangers. My granddaughter will grow up barely knowing me. And I'm the one who chose this. I chose to fight back instead of accepting what they'd done. So was I wrong? Or was this the only choice I really had? When my daughter sold my house behind my back, I sold her future instead. I, 56, a retired nurse and single mother, never thought I'd be writing this. My daughter Lisa, 32, and I used to be inseparable. After my husband died 5 years ago, she became my rock. Or at least that's what I believed. Let me give you some context first. My husband and I built our home together 30 years ago in a quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone knows everyone's business. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. When he passed from cancer, that house became more than just 4 walls. It was the last piece of him I had left. Every corner held a memory. The garden he planted, the porch he built by hand. Everything. Lisa and her husband Mark, 35, lived just 10 minutes away. Mark ran some kind of investment business that I never fully understood, but they seemed to be doing well. They had 2 kids, my grandkids, who I watched every week. Life was peaceful, simple. About a year ago, my eyesight started going. Not blind, just blurry enough that reading small print gave me headaches. Lisa offered to help with my paperwork, bills, bank statements, that sort of thing. I trusted her completely. She was my daughter, my best friend. Why wouldn't I? 3 months ago, everything changed. I was having my morning coffee when the mailman handed me a certified letter. It was from the bank. I had to squint to read it, but the words were clear enough.
Notice of property sale. My house was being sold. Closing date in 45 days. My hands started shaking. There had to be a mistake. I called the bank immediately, and that's when my world collapsed. The house had been transferred out of my name 6 months ago. New owner, Lisa Henderson. My daughter. The documents had my signature on them, except I never signed anything. I sat there in shock for hours. Then I drove to Lisa's house, letter in hand. She was in her kitchen when I arrived, looking casual, like it was just another Tuesday.
I threw the letter on her counter. "Explain this," I said.
She barely glanced at it. Then she sighed, like I was inconveniencing her. "Mom, we were going to tell you. Mark and I have been trying to protect your assets. That house is too much for you to maintain alone. We're securing your future." "Securing my future? Lisa, you stole my house." "Don't be dramatic. We're family. You can move in with us. The kids would love it. And honestly, Mom, with your eyes getting worse, you shouldn't be living alone anyway." I felt like I'd been punched. "Did you forge my signature?" She looked away. "Mark handled the paperwork. It's complicated, but it's legal. Trust me, this is better for everyone." "Better for everyone? Or better for you?" She crossed her arms. "You're upset now, but you'll see. We're doing this because we love you." I left without another word. I couldn't breathe in that house. Back at home, I sat in the living room my husband and I picked out furniture for, and I cried for the first time since his funeral. My own daughter had betrayed me. For what? Money? Greed? I couldn't understand it. My friends told me to forgive her. "Family is family," they said. "She's probably just stressed about money. You should move in with her and let it go." But I couldn't. This wasn't about the house. It was about everything that house represented. My marriage, my independence, my life. I called Lisa 2 more times that week. She didn't answer. Mark finally texted me. "Give her space. She's doing what's best for you." That's when I stopped crying and started planning. I reached out to an old colleague from the hospital, Janet, who had retired and started volunteering with legal aid. I explained everything. She was furious on my behalf and immediately connected me with a lawyer who specialized in elder fraud. We examined the documents. The signature was clearly forged. I never looped my R the way it appeared on those papers.
More digging revealed that Mark's investment business was barely staying afloat, and they'd used my house as collateral for a loan. The lawyer said we had a case, a strong one, criminal fraud. But pressing charges meant my daughter could face jail time. I didn't sleep for 3 days thinking about it. Then I remembered something my husband used to say. Actions have consequences. That's not punishment. That's just life. I signed the paperwork. Meanwhile, I played along with Lisa's plan. I started packing my things. I even visited her house to discuss the move. She was relieved, almost giddy. Mark kept talking about how they'd convert my house into a rental property. "It's a solid investment," he said. I smiled and nodded. 2 weeks later, the lawyer filed the fraud report. We also filed an injunction to block the house sale. Lisa didn't know yet. The day the police showed up at her house with a warrant, I was in my garden, pulling weeds. A neighbor called me, breathless. "There are cops at Lisa's. What's going on?" I didn't answer. Lisa called me that night, screaming. "How could you do this to me? I'm your daughter. They're saying I could go to jail." "You forged my signature," I said calmly. "You stole my house. What did you think would happen?" "I was trying to help you." "You were trying to help yourself." She hung up on me. The next few weeks were chaos.
The investigation moved fast because the evidence was so clear. Mark's business records showed everything: the loans, the forged documents, their plan to sell the house and pocket the money. Lisa hired a lawyer, but the case was open and shut. She ended up pleading guilty to avoid jail time, but the penalties were severe: fines, probation, community service, and her name was in the local paper. In a town where everyone knows everyone, that was almost worse than jail. But I wasn't done. My husband had owned a small piece of land outside town. Nothing huge,
Just 2 acres he bought years ago as a retirement project.
Lisa didn't know about it because it was in a separate trust. I sold it quietly for a decent sum and donated every penny to a local women's shelter that helps abuse survivors. I made the donation in my husband's name. When Lisa found out, because of course someone told her, she lost it. She called me a vindictive, bitter old woman. She said I'd destroyed her life over a misunderstanding. I haven't spoken to her since. My grandkids are caught in the middle. Lisa won't let me see them. She tells people I chose money over family. My friends are split. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I went too far. Mark and Lisa are struggling financially now. Their reputation in town is ruined. I heard Mark's business shut down. I still live in my house. The garden is blooming. I sit on the porch my husband built and drink my coffee in peace. People tell me I should feel guilty, that I should reach out to Lisa first, that family is supposed to forgive. But here's the thing. She didn't just steal my house. She stole my dignity, my trust, the memory of my husband. And she did it without a second thought. So now I'm asking, was I wrong? Should I have just let it go and moved in with her like everyone said? I didn't want revenge, but I also couldn't let her steal my life's work and get away with it. My grandkids don't talk to me anymore. Half the town thinks I'm heartless. But when I walk through my garden and breathe freely in my own home, I know peace tastes better than forgiveness ever could. Did I go too far? Or did my daughter get exactly what she deserved? When my daughters sold my house behind my back, I sold their inheritance instead. I'm a 56-year-old man, divorced, worked as a mechanic my whole life until my body gave out on me. I have 2 daughters, Sarah, 32, and Emma, 29. Their mother left when they were still in elementary school, so I raised them in the house I just finished paying off 3 years ago. It's nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom ranch in a small town where everyone knows your business. But it was ours. Let me back up a bit so this makes sense. After the divorce, I did everything for those girls. Worked double shifts at the shop, ate ramen so they could have new clothes for school, the whole 9 yards. When they went to college, I took out loans I'm still paying off. Bought Sarah her first car when she graduated, helped Emma with rent when she couldn't find a job right away. I thought I was doing what a good father does, setting them up for success. About 4 years ago, my back finally said enough was enough. 3 herniated discs and chronic pain that made it impossible to crawl under cars anymore. I had to take early retirement at 52, which meant living on disability and a modest pension. The visits from my daughters started dropping off after that. They used to come by every weekend. Then it was once a month. Then only on holidays. When they did show up, they'd walk through the house like they were appraising it, asking weird questions about the furnace and the roof. I should have seen it coming, but you don't want to believe your own kids are circling like vultures. 3 months ago, everything fell apart. I'd been having chest pains and ended up spending 5 days in the hospital. Turned out to be a mild heart attack. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to scare me. Sarah and Emma both came to visit, which honestly surprised me. They seemed concerned, asking about my medications, my follow-up appointments, whether I'd thought about making things easier on myself. The next week,
I was home recovering when I got a letter in the mail. It was from a real estate agency congratulating me on my upcoming home sale and providing details about the closing date, 3 weeks away. I read it 5 times thinking it was some kind of scam. I called the agency, and that's when my world tilted sideways. The sale was legitimate. My signature was on all the paperwork. Except it wasn't my signature. It was a forgery. And they'd used a power of attorney document I'd signed years ago when I had my first back surgery. Something I'd completely forgotten about. It was supposed to be for medical emergencies only, just in case I was unconscious and needed someone to make decisions. Somehow my daughters had twisted it into giving them authority to sell my house. I sat in my living room, the same room where I'd taught them to ride bikes in the hallway during winter, where we'd had every Christmas morning, where I'd helped them with homework at that old coffee table, and I couldn't breathe. Not from my heart this time, but from the realization that my daughters had been planning to steal my home from under me. I called Sarah first. She didn't even try to deny it. "Dad, we were going to tell you," she said, voice calm like she was explaining something to a child. "You can't take care of that house anymore. You're sick. We found you a nice assisted living place. They have activities and nurses on staff." "You forged my signature," I said. "You were selling my house without telling me." "We were securing our future," Emma chimed in. She'd been on speakerphone the whole time, apparently. "You can't take it with you, Dad. This way, we get the money now when we actually need it, and you get proper care. It's a win-win." A win-win. They were talking about stealing my house like it was a business transaction. "The equity from the house will be split between us," Sarah continued. "We've already picked out furniture for our places. Emma's been wanting to renovate her kitchen, and I'm finally going to get that SUV. I hung up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. That same day, I drove to my lawyer's office, guy named Tom who I'd fixed his transmission for free when his kid was born and he was broke. I showed him everything. The forged documents, the power of attorney, the real estate papers. He was quiet for a long time, just reading, his face getting redder. "This is fraud," he finally said. "We can stop this sale and possibly press charges." We started working immediately. I revoked the power of attorney, filed an injunction to halt the sale, and contacted the real estate agency with proof of forgery. The buyer was pissed, but once they understood the situation, they backed out. The whole thing unraveled in less than 2 weeks. My daughters found out when the agency called them. Sarah showed up at my house screaming before I'd even had my morning coffee. "You ruined everything," she yelled from my porch. I didn't let her in. "We had plans for that money. Do you know how selfish you're being?" Emma was crying in the car, but she didn't get out. Just sat there, dabbing her eyes like she was the victim. "You tried to steal my house," I said through the screen door. "My home." "We were helping you," Sarah's voice cracked. "You're sick and old and you can't manage on your own anymore. We were doing you a favor." That word, favor. Like they were saints for planning to rob me. "Get off my property," I told her. "Both of you." But stopping the sale wasn't enough. Something had broken in me, and I couldn't just go back to normal. They needed to understand what they'd done, really understand it. I spent the next month thinking. I'd always planned to leave them the house when I died. It was supposed to be their inheritance, their security. But they'd proven they didn't care about me, only about what I could give them. So I made a decision that probably makes me the villain in their story. My younger brother died in a car accident 15 years ago. He'd left me a piece of land outside town, about 5 acres, nothing special, just woods and a creek. I'd held on to it for sentimental reasons. Never told the girls about it because it wasn't worth much, and I wanted to keep it separate from everything else. But it had value, enough value to matter. I sold it.
Quiet sale, no fuss. Used that money, plus some of my savings, to set up an irrevocable trust. Then I transferred the house title into that trust. The beneficiary wasn't my daughters. It was the local veterans charity, the one that helps homeless vets get back on their feet. When it was all done, I invited Sarah and Emma over for dinner. Told them I wanted to make peace, that I'd overreacted. They came, probably thinking I was going to apologize and hand them some cash as an olive branch. Instead, I showed them the trust documents. The silence in that dining room was something I'll never forget. Sarah read the papers twice, her face going from confused to red to almost purple. Emma just stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "What is this?" Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "That's your inheritance," I said. "Or rather, where it's going. When I die, this house becomes property of the veterans charity. They'll use it as a transitional home for vets who need a place to stay while they get back on their feet." Emma started crying. Real crying this time, not the performative stuff from before. "You can't do this. This is our house. We grew up here." "Funny how you only remembered growing up here when you thought you could cash it in," I said. Sarah slammed her hands on the table. "You're punishing us for trying to help you. We were worried about you living alone, about you dying in this house with nobody around. Then you should have talked to me instead of forging my signature." I kept my voice level. "You treated me like an obstacle to your inheritance instead of your father." "This is insane," Sarah said, standing up so fast her chair fell backward. "You're destroying your own daughter's futures out of spite." "No," I said. "You robbed yourself of your inheritance when you decided to rob me of my home. I'm just making sure the house goes to people who'll actually appreciate it." They left, screaming threats about lawyers and contesting the trust. Tom had already assured me it was airtight. Irrevocable means irrevocable. There was nothing they could do. That was 11 months ago. Neither of them has spoken to me since. Sarah sent one email through her lawyer demanding I reverse the trust or she'd never speak to me again, as if that was some kind of punishment instead of proof I'd made the right choice. Emma sent a birthday card with nothing written inside except her signature. I guess that was supposed to mean something. The house is still mine while I'm alive, but now it has a purpose beyond just being the place where I wait to die. The Veterans Charity started using it on weekends for community dinners. Every Saturday, vets who are struggling come by for a hot meal and some company. Some of them sleep on the couch when they have nowhere else to go. The guy who runs the program is named Marcus, Iraq veteran, lost both legs to an IED. He told me last month that this place saved his life once, just knowing there was somewhere safe to land. For the first time in years, there's noise in this house again. Laughter, the smell of cooking, people who are grateful just to have a warm place to sit. I fixed Marcus's wheelchair last week, something wrong with the axle. Felt good to use my hands again, even if my back complained about it for 2 days after. Sometimes late at night, I sit in my recliner and wonder if I went too far. If there was another way to teach them that you can't put a price tag on your father. Sarah's right that I'm old and sick. Hell, I might not make it another 5 years. Would it have been so bad to just forgive them? Leave them the house anyway? Hope they learned their lesson? Then I remember Sarah's voice on that phone call. "We've already picked out furniture." They weren't sorry. They were just sorry they got caught. But here's what keeps me up at night. They're still my daughters. I still have photos of them as kids all over this house. I still remember teaching Sarah to drive, staying up all night with Emma when she had the flu. Does blood stop mattering when it tries to bleed you dry? Or am I supposed to be the bigger person, the forgiving father who overlooks anything because family is family? I don't have an answer. All I know is that Marcus came by yesterday and told me they're naming the transitional home program after my brother.
the one who left me the land that made all this possible. Said it was fitting. One veteran helping other veterans even after death. My daughters think I stole their future. Maybe I did. But they were planning to steal my present, and I'm not sure which is worse. The veterans are coming over tonight for dinner. I'm making chili, my brother's recipe. The house will be full and loud and chaotic, and I won't be sitting here alone wondering if my daughters are ever coming back. I guess that's answer enough. When my kids mocked me for being useless, I showed them how much they needed me. I, 56, a retired mechanic, never thought I'd be sitting here writing this about my own children. My son Jake is 32, and my daughter Melissa is 29. For the past year, they've been treating me like I'm some burden they can't wait to get rid of. Let me give you some context first. I ran a small garage in our neighborhood for 30 years. Nothing fancy, just honest work fixing cars for people who couldn't afford the dealership prices. It kept food on the table and paid for both kids to go to college debt-free. My wife Sarah passed away 6 years ago from cancer, and after that, the kids started drifting. They'd visit less, call less, always had excuses. 2 years ago, I had to retire early. My back gave out after decades of crawling under cars and lifting engines. The doctors said if I kept going, I'd end up in a wheelchair. So I closed the garage, sold the equipment, and tried to enjoy what was supposed to be my retirement in the house Sarah and I bought when we were 25. That's when things got weird with Jake and Melissa. It started small. Jake would come over and make comments about how the house was too big for one person. Melissa would sigh dramatically about how I was wasting space and living in the past. They'd walk through rooms and say things like, "You don't even use this bedroom anymore, Dad," or, "Why do you need a garage when you're not working?" I thought maybe they were worried about me. Maybe they thought I was lonely or depressed. I tried to reassure them I was fine, that I liked my home, that I had friends in the neighborhood, and my morning coffee routine on the porch. But the comments got nastier. Jake started calling me old school whenever I had an opinion about anything. Melissa would cut me off mid-sentence and say I never did enough when I brought up memories of their childhood, like I hadn't missed their recitals and games because I was working double shifts to pay for their braces and field trips. 3 months ago, they both showed up at my house on a Sunday afternoon. No warning, just knocked on the door looking serious. They sat me down in my own living room and told me I should consider downsizing, that the house was too much for me to maintain, that I should sell it and move into a small apartment or assisted living. I was stunned. Assisted living? I'm 56, not 86. My back hurts, sure, but I can still cook, clean, drive, manage my own life. I told them no. I told them this house has memories of their mother in every corner, that I wasn't ready to leave. They exchanged this look, this knowing, frustrated look like I was being difficult on purpose. That's when Melissa said, "Dad, you're being selfish. Think about what's practical." Practical for who? I wanted to ask. But I didn't. I just asked them to leave. 2 weeks later, my neighbor Helen came by. She's lived next door for 20 years, watches everything through her window. She told me she'd seen a real estate agent taking photos of my house while I was out getting groceries. Said a man in a suit was walking around my property with a clipboard, measuring things. I didn't believe her at first. Why would a realtor be here without my permission? But Helen insisted. She even showed me a photo she'd taken on her phone because she thought it was suspicious. My stomach dropped. I called the real estate office whose sign I'd seen in Helen's photo, pretended I was interested in selling, and asked if they had any properties like mine listed. The woman on the phone was friendly, said, "Oh yes, we actually have one coming up on your street. It's not officially on the market yet, but the family is eager to sell." The family. My family.
I hung up and immediately called Jake. Asked him point blank if he'd contacted a realtor about my house. He stuttered, tried to brush it off,
Said they were just exploring options to help me make an informed decision. Help me? I didn't ask for help. That night I couldn't sleep. I went through old boxes in the garage and found something that made my blood run cold. A photocopy of my driver's license and property deed, tucked inside a folder I'd asked Jake to grab for me months ago when I was organizing paperwork. He must have made copies without telling me. They were planning to sell my house, behind my back, using my own documents. The next morning I drove to Jake's apartment. Melissa was already there when I arrived. They tried to act casual, but I could see the guilt on their faces. Why? I asked them. Just that. Why? And that's when the truth came out. Jake had gotten into debt. Bad debt. He'd invested money he didn't have into some business venture with a friend that went belly up. He owed nearly $80,000 to various creditors and was terrified of bankruptcy ruining his career in finance. The irony wasn't lost on me. Melissa had co-signed on his loans, so when Jake couldn't pay, they came after her too. She'd been hiding it from her husband, taking out credit cards to make minimum payments. She was drowning and panicking that her marriage would fall apart if the truth came out. And their solution? Sell my house. Split the profit. Save themselves. You don't even need this much space, Jake said, like he was being reasonable. We could get you set up somewhere nice and small. You'd still have money left over. After we take what we need, Melissa added quickly. But you'd be fine, Dad. You'd be comfortable. Comfortable. In some tiny apartment while they pocketed the equity Sarah and I spent 30 years building. You'll be better off, Melissa insisted. This house is just a reminder of Mom anyway. Don't you want to move on? That line right there broke something in me. I asked them to leave. They refused at first, tried to argue that I was being emotional and not thinking clearly. Jake even suggested I was getting senile. That's when I told them to get the hell out of my son's apartment, realized I was in his space, and just walked out myself. I drove home shaking, sat in my driveway for an hour trying to process what my own children had tried to do to me. All those years, all those sacrifices, working 70-hour weeks so they could have new clothes and school trips, missing Sarah's last months because I had to keep the business running to pay for her treatments and their college at the same time, giving them everything. And they saw me as an obstacle, a problem to solve, dead weight. For 2 weeks I didn't answer their calls. I needed time to think, to figure out what kind of man I wanted to be. The father who always forgave, who always put his kids first no matter what, or the man who finally stood up and said enough. Then I remembered Sarah's sister, Linda. She'd stayed close after Sarah died, checking on me, bringing me meals, inviting me to family dinners. She'd always said I was like a brother to her, that she was grateful for how I'd taken care of Sarah. I called her, explained everything. She was horrified, and when I told her my plan, she agreed immediately. I went to a lawyer and transferred ownership of the house to Linda. Legally, officially, it was no longer mine. We drew up documents stating I had lifetime residence rights and that the property would revert to a trust we established together upon my death. My kids weren't mentioned anywhere. Then I called Jake and Melissa. Told them I'd thought about it, and maybe they were right. Maybe I should consider selling. I played the tired, defeated old man they apparently thought I was. They were thrilled, practically giddy. They rushed over with paperwork they'd already prepared, had everything ready for me to sign. They'd really thought this through. I told them I needed a few days to say goodbye to the house and sort through Mom's things. They agreed, probably afraid I'd change my mind. What I actually did was move anything valuable or sentimental to Linda's house for safekeeping. Photos,
Sarah's jewelry, important documents. Then I waited. 3 days later, Jake called me. His voice was different, cold. "What did you do?" The realtor had tried to proceed with the listing, had run the title search required for any property sale, and discovered the house wasn't in my name anymore. They showed up at my door within the hour. Both of them. Jake was red-faced and furious. Melissa was crying. "How could you do this to us?" she screamed. "We're your children." I let them yell for a minute. Then I said very calmly, "The same way you tried to sell my home behind my back. The same way you made me feel like trash you needed to dispose of." Jake called me cruel, said I'd ruined their futures, that I was a selfish old man who didn't care that his own kids were suffering. I just looked at them. These two people I'd sacrificed everything for, who'd never missed a meal or worried about bills because I made sure they didn't have to. "I gave you everything I had," I said. "My time, my money, my health. I broke my back literally for you two. This house is all I'm keeping. This house that your mother and I built our life in, that she died in, that has her memory in every room. You don't get this. You don't get to take this from me, too." Melissa tried a different approach, softened her voice, said she understood I was hurt, but that family forgives each other, that we could work this out if I just transferred the house back. I told her no. Jake lost it then, said things I won't repeat, called me names, said I was dead to him, that I'd regret this when I was alone, with nobody to take care of me. "I'd rather be alone than be used," I said. They left, slammed the door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. Sarah's favorite photo of the four of us at the beach when the kids were small. The glass cracked right down the middle. That was 6 weeks ago. I haven't heard from them since. No calls, no texts, nothing. Linda checks on me regularly. My neighbors, who I've known for decades, have been kinder than ever. Helen brings me baked goods. Tom next door helped me fix a leaky faucet last week. These people, near strangers compared to blood family, have shown me more genuine care than my own children. Some days I miss Jake and Melissa. I miss who I thought they were. I miss the kids who used to run to me when I came home from work, who begged me to tell them stories about the cars I fixed. But then I sit on my porch with my morning coffee, watching the sun come up over the neighborhood I've lived in for 30 years, in the house Sarah and I chose together, and I feel something I haven't felt in a long time. Peace. I earned this. I earned the right to keep the one thing that's mine, the one thing that holds my memories and my history. Linda asked me last week if I regretted it, if I wished I'd handled it differently. I told her the truth. I regret that it came to this. I regret that my children valued money over their father. But I don't regret protecting myself. For the first time in my life, I chose me. Sometimes I wonder if they'll ever apologize, if they'll ever understand what they did, or if they're just angry that their plan failed. Was I wrong for protecting what's mine and letting my kids face the consequences of their greed? Or did I finally teach them that love doesn't mean letting people take everything from you? I genuinely don't know anymore. Some days I feel justified. Other days I wonder if I'm a vindictive old man who should have just helped his kids and let the house go. But then I remember Melissa saying this house was just a reminder of Mom, like Sarah was something I should want to forget. And I know I made the right choice. I just wish it didn't hurt so much. When my own daughter stole my house, I decided to teach her what ownership really means. I'm a 52-year-old mother, and I need to tell you about the day I discovered my own daughter, Mia, 28, and her husband, Derek, 30, had stolen my house right out from under me. It started with a letter in the mailbox. Simple enough, right? except this one was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Sanders, homeowners. My name wasn't on it. I opened it standing right there at the curb, and it was a property tax bill. For my house. In their names. Let me back up. 7 years ago, my husband Tom died. Mia was only 21. I worked 2 jobs after that, nursing assistant during the day, cleaning offices at night, just to keep us afloat and finish paying off our 3-bedroom house. It took me 15 years total to pay off that mortgage. That house was everything. The only stability we had left after Tom was gone. 2 years ago, Mia married Derek. They were struggling financially, so I offered to let them stay with us temporarily. Just until they got on their feet, you know. The first few months were fine. They helped with groceries and utilities. Then Derek started making comments about how the house was outdated, not a good investment. Around 8 months in, Mia suggested I should downsize. She said she was worried about me managing the stairs as I got older, the maintenance being too much. I actually thought she cared. Then about 14 months into them living there, Derek came home all excited about this refinancing opportunity. Said interest rates had dropped, and his buddy in banking could help me save money on property taxes. He brought home this stack of papers covered in bank letterheads and legal jargon. He rushed me through it, said it had to be filed by the next day. Mia backed him up, told me Derek knew what he was doing since he handled all their finances. I signed. A notary even came to the house. I didn't recognize her, but I didn't think anything of it. 6 weeks later, that letter arrived. I dug out my copies of what I'd signed and actually read through them. Those weren't refinance documents. It was a transfer of deed. I confronted them in the kitchen that same day. I put the papers on the table and asked why my name wasn't on the house anymore. Derek just smiled at me like I was a child and said they were going to talk to me about it. Mia told me I wasn't getting any younger, that they thought it would be easier for estate planning. I'm 52, not dying. I told them this was my house. Derek said actually, legally, it was theirs now. The transfer had been completed a month ago. Then Mia hit me with it. She said I wouldn't understand financial management and I should just trust them. That I'd still live there, obviously. I demanded they reverse it. Derek laughed and asked with what money, since they knew exactly how much I made. 1 week later, I came home from work and my key didn't fit. Mia opened the door with boxes stacked behind her. She told me Derek had found me a nice apartment and that I'd said I wanted to downsize anyway, remember? She pushed my things onto the porch and closed the door. I sat in my car in that driveway staring at those boxes. Then I remembered something Tom used to say. Always keep copies. Always have a backup plan. I pulled out my phone and started searching for real estate attorneys. They thought they could take everything from me, but they forgot who taught them to keep fighting. Before I tell you what happened next, you need to understand something about Tom. My late husband was obsessive about documentation. He kept copies of everything in a fireproof safe. After he died, I kept up the habit. I had copies of the original deed, every mortgage payment, all our insurance documents, everything. I met with an attorney named Marcus 3 days after the lockout. I showed him my copies of what I'd signed. He compared the signature on those papers to my actual signature on other documents. They didn't match, not even close. Marcus told me it was fraud, and we could fight it, but it wouldn't be quick. We filed a lawsuit for deed fraud. Marcus gave me advice that seemed crazy at the time. He said to let them feel secure, let them invest in the property. When it came back to me, they'd have paid for all the improvements. So I moved into a studio apartment and waited. Those months were brutal. I watched Mia post on social media about their beautiful home. Derek quit his job to flip houses full-time. They went all in on renovations. New kitchen, bathroom remodel, finished basement, new roof, landscaping. I saw the posts. They spent close to $100,000 between loans and their savings. Every post felt like a knife, but Marcus kept telling me to be patient. Every dollar they spent worked in my favor. The court ordered a handwriting analysis. The forensic examiner confirmed what Marcus suspected. My signature had been forged. Derek's notary friend turned out to not even be licensed. When they subpoenaed Derek's emails, we found messages to Mia about leveraging the house for his business once it was theirs. One message said I was too broke to fight them anyway. During all this, Mia told our extended family I was being greedy and unreasonable. Some relatives stopped talking to me. I spent Christmas alone in that studio apartment. But I kept my mouth shut and let the case build. 8 months in, Derek and Mia ran out of money. The renovation loans were coming due, and Derek's house-flipping business never took off. They took out a second mortgage on my house to cover their debts. Marcus said they'd just made it so much worse for themselves. Month 11, we had the final hearing. The judge reviewed everything: the forged signature, the fraudulent transfer, the fake notarization. Derek tried claiming I'd agreed verbally. The judge wasn't buying it. Mia cried on the stand and said she thought I wanted to help them. The ruling came down. The deed transfer was void. Full ownership restored to me. All their improvements and debts stayed with them since they'd been acting as owners during the renovations. Outside the courthouse, Mia begged me, said they made a mistake, that they were drowning. Derek said we could work something out, that they'd pay rent. Mia asked me about family, about forgiveness. I just stared at them. She'd changed the locks on me. They'd made their choice. I went back to the house with a locksmith and a sheriff deputy. The locks got changed again, this time in my favor. I walked through the house and it was beautiful, fully renovated, everything they'd dreamed of. I sat on the new kitchen counter they'd installed and just breathed. My phone rang, Derek's number. I declined. Then a text from Mia asking me to please reconsider, saying they'd lose everything. I texted back one line: "You wanted a house built on lies. Don't complain when the foundation collapses." Within 2 months, Derek and Mia defaulted on all the renovation loans, nearly $100,000 in debt, with their names on it, not mine. The creditors came after them. Derek's truck got repossessed. Their credit was destroyed. They had to move in with Derek's parents 3 states away. I listed the house 3 months after getting it back. All those renovations they'd done had increased the value significantly. The house was originally worth about $185,000. With their improvements, it sold for $310,000. I walked away with $125,000 more than I would have gotten before. Some of the relatives who'd sided with Mia started reaching out to apologize. Others called me vindictive. My sister told me I could have shown mercy. I told her I'd shown mercy for 28 years raising Mia, and Mia had shown me a locked door. I blocked several family members after that, made peace with being the villain in their version of events. I used the money to buy a small cottage in a coastal town called Seabright, about 2 hours from where I'd lived before. It overlooks the ocean, and the neighborhood is quiet. I got a job at the local hospital. Just one job this time, normal hours. First time in 7 years I wasn't working 60-hour weeks. My routine now is simple. Morning walks on the beach, reading on the porch. I started going to therapy to actually deal with losing Tom and what Mia did. I sleep through the night without anxiety for the first time in years. 6 months after I moved, I got a letter from Mia. No return address, but postmarked from where Derek's parents live. It was short. She said she knew I wouldn't forgive her, and that she didn't forgive herself either. She told me she and Derek had separated, that she was working at a call center. She said sorry didn't cover it, but she finally understood what she'd taken from me. Not just a house, but my security, my trust, my peace. She said she hoped I'd find all of that again. She said she loved me, even though she had no right to say it. I read that letter 3 times, then I put it in a drawer. I haven't responded. That was 4 months ago. People ask if I'll ever reconcile with Mia. Honestly, I don't know. Some days I miss my daughter, the one who existed before Derek and the greed. Other days I remember that she looked me in the eye and locked me out of my own home. Tom used to say, protect yourself because not everyone will, even the people who should. I didn't lose a home. I lost people who mistook kindness for weakness. And when they realized their mistake, I made sure they never forgot the difference. I'm sitting on my porch right now with tea and no alarm set for tomorrow. For the first time in years, I actually feel at home. Mia's contact is still saved in my phone, but blocked. Maybe one day that'll change. Maybe it won't. Right now, I'm just trying to enjoy the sound of the waves and the fact that my name, and only my name, is on this deed.
When my own daughter sold my house behind my back, I took everything she valued more than money. I'm a 56-year-old single father, and my daughter Sarah, 28, just tried to steal my house right from under me. Let me back up. My wife died when Sarah was 9. Cancer. It was just the 2 of us after that. I worked 2 jobs for years, factory during the day, security on weekends, so she could have the life I never had. Private school, college tuition paid in full, her first car. I gave her everything. 3 years ago, she graduated and wanted to start a consulting business. She needed a bank loan but had almost no credit history, so I did what any father would do. I signed the house over to her name temporarily, just on paper. It was supposed to help her credit score so she could qualify for better rates. We had an agreement. Verbal, yeah. But she's my daughter. I trusted her completely. I kept paying the mortgage, the taxes, the maintenance. Nothing actually changed except whose name was on the deed. That was my first mistake. Tuesday afternoon, I'm sitting in my living room watching TV when the doorbell rings. I open it to find a woman in a blazer holding a clipboard and a fancy camera. She smiles and says she's from Clearview Realty, here to take listing photos. I just stare at her. Listing photos for what? She looks confused and says for the sale of the property, that my daughter Sarah scheduled her for 2 p.m. I felt my stomach drop, but I kept my face neutral. Told her there'd been a mistake and sent her away. The second the door closed, I called Sarah. Voicemail. Called again. Voicemail. Third time, she finally picked up. I didn't yell. I just asked her what was going on. She went quiet, then said we needed to talk and could I come to dinner tomorrow. I said no, we talk now. She sighed like I was being difficult and just said it. Her and Marcus decided to sell the house. I reminded her it was my house. She said it's in her name legally, and things change. Then she hit me with a line that made my blood run cold. Said I'm getting older, and it's not safe for me to live alone anymore. That they could get $340,000 for it, and I could stay with them until I figured out my next step. I hung up. Just stood there in my living room looking at Sarah's baby photos on the wall. Her high school graduation picture. The armchair my wife picked out 19 years ago. My own daughter had just evicted me, and she talked about it like she was doing me a favor. That was 3 days ago. I went to dinner the next night. I know that sounds stupid, but I needed to see her face when she explained this to me. Marcus answered the door with this cocky smile and a firm handshake, like we were business partners. Sarah looked nervous but tried to act normal, asking if I wanted wine. I said no. We sat down to eat and Marcus launched into this whole speech about my future and how they really believe this is the right move. He kept using words like equity and investment and my best interest. Sarah just nodded along, barely looking at me. I asked to see the paperwork. Sarah hesitated but then slid a folder across the table. Inside was the listing agreement and a consent form. My signature was on it, except I never signed anything. I asked her when I supposedly signed this. She didn't answer. I asked again. She finally admitted she signed it herself. Said I wasn't being reasonable. Marcus jumped in, saying it's not forgery because the house is in her name anyway. But that consent form required my signature as the original owner. It was right there in the county records from when we did the transfer. I stood up. Sarah started crying, saying they're doing this for me, that I'm going to be alone forever in that house, and what if something happens? I told her something already happened. My daughter became someone I don't recognize. Marcus called me dramatic and said I could live with them. They have a spare room. I looked at Sarah and said she was 9 when her mom died, that I worked myself half to death so she'd never feel what I felt. She just kept crying and saying the papers were already filed. I left, drove back to the house, packed a bag with some clothes and photos and my wife's jewelry box. I was gone before sunrise. Spent that night in a motel on the edge of town. Couldn't sleep. I opened my laptop and started going through old financial records. That's when I remembered something. 2 years ago, I'd fallen behind on property taxes during Sarah's final year of college. I chose to pay her tuition instead. I caught up eventually, but there was a 4-month delinquency. That created a tax lien certificate that got sold to some investment firm. I'd assumed it was cleared when I paid the county, but I never actually checked. The next morning, I went to the county tax office. The lien was still active. The certificate was just sitting there with unpaid interest, owned by a firm that buys these in bulk and forgets about them. I contacted them through a lawyer friend and bought it outright for $18,000. Had it transferred to an LLC I set up under a different name. That lien gave me a legal claim on the property, and Sarah had no idea it existed. 2 months went by. Sarah found buyers, some young couple willing to pay $340,000. She set a closing date. Everything was moving forward exactly like she planned. Then, 1 week before closing, the title company ran their final checks. They found the tax lien, the one I owned through my LLC. Suddenly there was a cloud on the title, and the property couldn't be sold with an active dispute. The buyer's lawyer sent notice that the deal was off unless the lien got cleared. Sarah's lawyer tried calling the LLC to negotiate. I didn't answer. The closing fell through. 3 weeks later, Sarah showed up at my motel. She'd tracked me down through an old credit card statement. She looked terrible, hadn't slept, eyes all red, started begging me to help her, saying there's a lien on the house and the buyers walked away, and Marcus is furious. Their credit was tanking because they'd already put deposits down on a new place. She said she was drowning. I let her talk. Then I told her I knew about the lien. She looked confused. I said I bought it, that it's mine. Her face went from shock to anger to complete disbelief. She exploded, accused me of sabotaging her. I told her she stole from me first. I was just protecting what's mine. She said I put the house in her name. I reminded her I did that to help her, and she used it to throw me away. Marcus called while she was standing there. I could hear him yelling through the phone, blaming her for everything. She begged me to fix it, said she'd do anything. I told her my terms. The house goes back in my name, full ownership, and she signs a quitclaim deed. She agreed immediately. Then I said she doesn't contact me again unless I reach out first. She asked if I was cutting her off. I said she cut me off the moment she forged my signature. She signed the paperwork a week later. I cleared the lien and sold the house myself 2 months after that for $355,000. Used the money to buy a small cabin outside town.
It's quiet here. Peaceful. That was 6 months ago. I haven't heard from Sarah since the papers were signed. I found out through a mutual friend that Marcus divorced her about 4 months after everything collapsed. She tried calling once around Christmas. I didn't answer. Sometimes late at night I think about that little girl who used to fall asleep on my shoulder. Then I remember the realtor at my door, and the coldness in Sarah's voice when she said the papers were already filed. I never wanted revenge against my own blood. But when your child sells your home like it's furniture, peace sometimes looks a lot like payback.